Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you at the third conference AV Poland Road. I hope you have taken your seats. It's the third conference in this cycle and the first one to summarize the first year of the Center of Competence of Autonomous Vehicles, because we have started this center last year, so we can provide first summaries and also provide you with the next solutions when it comes to autonomous vehicles on Polish roads. I will have the pleasure to spend the whole day with you, but this conference wouldn't happen without the Institute of Road Transportation, so I will ask the director, head of the Center for Competence, Marcin Ślęzak, to open the conference. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I'm so happy to be able to welcome you at the third international conference AVPL Road Poland, Future of Autonomous Vehicles in Poland. I would like to welcome the people here in the audience, but also people participating remotely for the Institute of Remote Transportation. It's an important event because we celebrate also the 17th century anniversary of our functioning, and also this conference summarizes our international project AVPL Road, which has been developed with the cooperation with Warsaw Technical University and the Ministry of Infrastructure. This conference is dedicated exclusively to the issues of automatization of transportation. Thanks to the involvement of our partners, we have organized and prepared also an exhibition. We invite you to visit the stand during the break. So today we are going to focus on the results of the project that I've mentioned. Those issues are like optimized model of automatization, role of the competence center. We will summarize what has happened during the last year, social challenges, psychology of the driver while introducing automated drive, legislation and technical challenges connected with autonomous drive. So what might be the barriers for development of this technology in Poland, and participation in international projects of our partners. We will have experts from Poland and from abroad as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to have the patronage of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Minister and the patronage of the Minister, Mr. Adamczyk. I would like to welcome our patrons, which are present here and also present remotely. I would like to welcome also, before that, several words to the participants of the conference. From the Ministry of Infrastructure, from Mr. Weber, and from the Polish Center of R&D. So we'll be able to listen to those speeches. We also will also have the supervisor of the transportation in Poland and also additional representatives of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Ms. Richter and Adrian Masu, Director of the Strategy Department, Ministry of Infrastructure, at the same time Head of our project AVPL Road. We would like to welcome representatives of the Ministry of Capital Investments of Mr. Milošević Dalibor from Montenegro, Ministry of Investment, representative of the scientific partner, Professor Rolanda Jachimowski, Warsaw Technical University, experts, scientists from many scientific centers, universities, institutions, and representatives of transportation entities, representatives of business, and also journalists. Thank you so much that through your participation you contribute to our conference. Have a great meeting. Thank you so much for your attention. As it was mentioned by the director of the Institute, this conference wouldn't happen without the support of the Ministry of Infrastructure. And now a short recording of Minister Waber, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone. That's the third edition of AV Poland conference, the undertaking to disseminate the knowledge concerning automatization of road transportation in Poland. Several years ago, Andrzej Adamczyk, the minister, opened the first conference of this cycle. We have not expected that the subject of autonomous drive will become one of the key topics of discussions concerning digitization of transportation. I have the honor to open the conference that summarizes 4 years of work in the project of automatization of Polish road transportation. The idea of this project was established in 2017. At the very beginning, it was a challenge. We were lacking experts, support, and knowledge. But during several years, the situation improved. Consistent execution of this project gave great results. We have established the Competence Center of Autonomous Vehicles. We have established the principles of training of experts and projects to change legislation. Together, AVPL Road has given more than 20 research results, and it has received an award of ITS Association for the best R&D project in the sector. I'm saying that not only because it was executed by the consortium directed by the Ministry of Infrastructure, but also because it's one of the greatest evidence that we are very much involved in digitization and automation of transportation. That is why, without waiting for the end of the conference, I would like to thank the representatives of the entire consortium and all of you involved in this project at various stages of execution of this project. I would like to thank the representatives of Warsaw Technical University for your effort in organization of this project. I would like to thank the employees of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, this year also will bring specific legislation changes in the area of intelligent transportation systems. We are working on an update of ITS directive. In its new version, we can expect the new version this year. We are also getting ready for the Center of Traffic Management in Poland. We are also waiting for the first Polish prototype of fully autonomous vehicle, the result of work of a Polish startup. In the framework of NCBE, National Research and Development Center has established a competition for creation of different scenarios for autonomous vehicles. Currently, we are verifying the applications in this competition. We are waiting for the results in order to select the pioneer contractor. We will address different aspects of automatization of road transportation, starting from detailed technological aspects, then the law, and also issues concerning social acceptance of new technologies. I'm convinced that the participants of this event will have very interesting topics to discuss. I believe that this conference, although it's closing a cycle of work on automatization, will contribute to our road to mobility of the future. Thank you so much. Both the conference and the project AV Road PL would not happen without the support of the National Research and Development Center. So, Dr. Remigiusz Kopoczek, President of the National Center for Research and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, directors and inspectors, ladies and gentlemen, participants of AV Poland Road Conference. Transformation that the global automotive sector goes through based on automatization of vehicles brings many challenges, not only in the area of technology but also legislation. The project that we launched 4 years ago, managed by the Polish Research and Development Center, AVPL Road, is to fulfill several objectives in this framework. These are providing expertise in this process to the representatives of the government, providing support in the area of testing the vehicles on Polish roads and preparation of Poland to challenges related to implementation of autonomous vehicles. Today's event and your presence allows us to think that those objectives will be fulfilled. I can't be there personally because I had some previous commitments, but I would like to take advantage of this opportunity and underline some activities of our center that create fundaments for further development of autonomous transportation in Poland. In a National Center for Research and Development, we understand that data transfer is critical here. That's why right now the Polish entities are one of the best in the global race for the cutting-edge technology of communication and also support of the big data and AI to develop Polish companies in the area of AI. We have created new research groups. They will commercialize the results of their research, and in the framework of the 8th competition we have just launched the competition based on different scenarios related to perception of autonomous vehicles. That was the subject proposed by the Ministry of Infrastructure. The co-founding of the project will result in supporting AVPL Road project as well. I believe that those actions will contribute to the development of autonomous drive in our country, and conferences like today will give rise to different initiatives. I wish you a great and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much. The project that we've been addressing so much is executed in a consortium with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Institute of Road Transportation and Warsaw Technical University. Ronald Jakimowski, the proxy of the Warsaw Technical University. Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, Professor Joanna Jacyna, Pro-Dean of the Transportation Department, was not able to participate in this conference because of the previous commitments, but she has written a letter that I will now read to you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, autonomous future of road transportation to some extent could have been a question that we were searching to answer. Now it's not a question anymore, it's a statement. And it's becoming reality already. The autonomous transportation is the natural tendency of human beings to use transportation without effort and quicker. Together with development of the infrastructure and transportation, we also have systems that have taken additional duties from the humankind. At the end of the road, there is autonomous transportation. Road transportation is the most difficult transportation to become fully automated. Rail transportation, air transportation, and maritime transportation is automated to greatest extent, but the road transport is more complex. It has more challenges. There are much more levels of freedom compared with other areas of transportation. We have to remember about accessibility, flexibility, and universal access. These are the challenges for the automatization. Can we deal with those challenges? Not fully, but we are on a good path. This road, however, requires strong partners that we will have to cooperate with. Automatization of road transportation require AI, data analysis, solutions in the area of positioning, sensors, communication, decision-making, cooperation with infrastructure, and many other challenges. Currently, projects like AVPL Road that we been a part of prepare good fundament for practical applications. We are proud of our participation in this project because it is fully in line with current research requirements. This project is almost finalized. We are working on final elements concerning reporting. In the research project, we have created the Green Book covering research results from our analysis, also challenges concerning on the impact of automated drive on environment and public safety. We have performed a number of analyses concerning barriers and best practices when it comes to CAD vehicles globally. Research concerning availability, knowledge, and awareness, definitions, dictionaries, and catalogs of needs. We have also elaborated assumptions for the roadmap of implementation of CAD vehicles in Poland. This project finalizes on June 30. But I believe that work is not over because it's just the beginning of creation of our future of transportation. Thank you so much. Professor Marianna Jacyna, Dean of Transportation Department of the Warsaw University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, AV Poland conference is officially open, and now it's the time for the most interesting presentations concerning autonomous driving in Poland. The first panel concerns social challenges concerning automatization of road transportation in Poland as a result of AVPL Road. Andrian Mazur, director of this project, Minister of Infrastructure, who will summarize the project, desired and potential model of automatization of road transportation in Poland.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is a difficult task for me because I have to summarize 5 years over just 20 minutes, but I hope I will manage. Well, when it comes to our project and its main outcomes, Minister Weber has already mentioned a lot, but let me start with some history. First and foremost, let me say that a month ago, it's been 13 years since I've been working for the ministry. At the beginning of my work, I started with research and development projects. We were dealing with cooperation in the Baltic Sea regions, but I never expected that over those 5 years I would be able to deal with such an interesting project as the one we are summing up today. There is nothing more innovative in the Polish transport system than autonomous vehicles and, of course, automatic vehicles, because we want to test them and release them on the market. When we started the discussion on the project, there were a lot of doubts and a lot of questions. And the most interesting questions that we got at the beginning were, is it the same as ABS, AV? Is AV the same as ABS? I don't think so. Then in 2017, when we were initiating the project, we wanted to check the Polish industry. Together with another ministry, we carried out a survey, and it turned out that not as many people were interested in this topic. So we launched analysis with the Warsaw Technical University in order to have a background for decisions about automation in the road transport. Meanwhile, Gospodstrater Fund was released, but this wasn't a source that could finance every project. Project that we started back then had to follow under the General Strategic Framework in Poland, Strategy for Sustainable Road Transport in Poland and Strategy of Responsible Development. And that's what in fact happened. We adopted a systemic assumption that the project we are implementing follows a strategy and research and development, and it's also supposed to bring concrete outcomes, to be discussed in a moment. This shows you our long way since 2017, from the moment of initiation, procedures, acceptance of the National Center of Research and Development, and implementation and evaluation of what we can do in Poland. The first assumption we adopted is that we will only be implementing safe and desirable technologies and solutions. And that was the motto we followed when we were implementing the project. Well, like I said, it wasn't easy at the beginning. A lot of paperwork. But we did cope together with our partners, and as a result, we launched the project in 2019. We defined it very broadly. We defined 21 products: analysis, implementation, systemic organizational changes such as creation of autonomous vehicles, competence center. I talked about strategy because I think it's important to tell you that in our transport strategy adopted in 2019, we defined more than 200 strategic projects. 22 strategic projects, starting with the National Railway program and other big investment programs for the Polish infrastructure. One of the 22 projects was a Polish road towards automation of road transport. You might say 7 million, much smaller project than other projects where we are investing much more in the Polish infrastructure. But I think this is one of the key projects because it means innovation and new technology being implemented in the Polish system. So here you can see the goal of our project. It's perfectly coordinated strategically and with project assumptions. And then we asked the question, what should be the desired and implementable model of automation of road transport in Poland? We prepared an answer within several years. Well, and like I said, the project was prepared based on product approach. Unfortunately, and the experiences told us that the first recommendation of each research project is that first you need to plan for its continuation and you need to adopt analysis. But we wanted concrete indicators, outcomes, and products. As you will see, the most tangible outcome of the fact that we didn't have enough experts and support, we addressed this in the project. We created a competence center mentioned before. And we will be talking about it today as well. That's the central point that's supposed to implement innovations in the area of automatization. So in cooperation with science, with technical university, we want to have this place which will be implementing things and coordinating legal and administrative changes which are indispensable. And another thing I need to mention is that you can't talk about verification of technology unless you test it. We did it. We checked available technologies, drive support technologies, on closed test areas, as well as in real traffic. So the outcomes are available, and we will be talking about them, because the key assumption today is to show you the outcomes, share experiences, and draw on your experiences and challenges. The next element I would like to mention, in 2016 and 17, we were able to see a deficit of expert support in decision making. So we wanted to see what it looked like in other countries. That's why we worked out a synopsis of best solutions concerning autonomous vehicles. And during one of the workshops, we were discussing legal changes. We remember 2016 and 17 when the law on electromobility was developed, and it included a definition of an autonomous car, and it defined how this technology can be tested in real traffic and in closed areas. We know some elements require modification. That's why we developed a concept of legal changes to be discussed today. We did some of the things in our projects for the first time in Poland. For example, testing the social perception of automated solutions in transport. We had 1,000 respondents, and this was a representative sample, which gives us a 3% error margin. So the outcome is that average infrastructure user does see the good application of such solutions in the traffic, because you can increase safety and you can facilitate these technologies. You can facilitate transport. It's nothing new. Look at metro in Copenhagen, Milano, or individual transport at Birmingham or Heathrow. It's already going on. These technologies are already in place. So that was the first reference point. Our respondents were more conservative when it comes to the use and the place of automation in individual transport. So there are a lot of questions to which there are no answers yet. This is not just a Polish domain. The debates are happening in the EU, UN, and in every state. Ethics, insurance. These are the elements that are part of discussion about the implementation of modern solutions in the transport sector. This was an analog mic, so we don't need them. So another element which is important, because I've been dealing with programs of transport policy. So for a project, you need some description of what comes next. So we developed a roadmap for the implementation of autonomous cars in Poland. Probably this is not going to be a document adopted according to the current act in force, but it will definitely show us where we are going, how we are going to implement those technologies in our country. Now, in this slide, you see only 7 of 21 products, but so project outcomes, but all of them have a big value and they are indispensable in this project because this is a systemic project starting with strategy through analysis, research, through to final implementation. In our project, we were quite successful. It's very well known. We've already organized 3 conferences with a lot of participants. Apart from that, it's the 3rd conference in a round where we are talking about autonomous vehicles, but our project involving the Ministry of Infrastructure was also awarded. Ministries seldom receive awards, and this is also thanks to our partners, the Institute, the Technical University, and of course it's a result of our scope because we appreciate the systemic approach to this project. So very happy about the award. This gives us more energy to keep developing in cooperation with the world of science. There are a lot of international studies and they partly mention us as legal or organizational framework for the implementation of such technologies in our countries. 5 or 6 ago, we could only dream about it. Not everybody knew what an autonomous car was. Now, the most important element of such project. You can always find a shelf in the office to put the report on it, but this is not what we wanted. We wanted to share experiences and show all stakeholders the products of our work. And here you can see the elements we focused on recently, a whole range of seminars, meetings. We wanted to draw on the knowledge of the best partners from UK, from Holland, from representatives of a testing drive next to Budapest, close to Budapest, because they already know what challenges we had to face. We got to know their requirements and the specificity of such projects. A whole range of seminars were organized where we were showing our projects. And there was a lot of interest in it. We could exchange views, discuss, and change some of the assumptions, because this happened as well. Scientific conferences. This is the 3rd one. This is a scientific conference, but it's also a conference that shows you a broader spectrum for implementation of such projects. We are going to talk about changes in the law, legal changes. We will tell you how we want to develop these technologies through the competence center. So the spectrum is much broader than just the framework of a scientific conference. And this is the objective of our project, the last point on the slide, which the interpreters cannot see from the back, and the speaker didn't read it. So now the most tangible outcomes of the project. During one of the workshops, we want to redefine the testing regime, listening to your expectations and looking at obstacles of tests in the past. We want to change it. We want to practically test those technologies in Poland. We talked to our colleagues from Holland. They have a simple approach. Before the government takes a decision about any legal change, first and foremost, they run several small test projects, pilots, to see how the solution works before we implement it in the law. And we did this exercise too, based on a similar logic. So what we want to think about, and we are finalizing our work at the ministry, always in cooperation with our partners from the consortium. We want to change definitions, change test procedures, we want to make things easier. We want to unblock the process of testing technologies in our country. Another important element is that we are not finishing this project, automation of road transport, at the end of June, according to the agreement. We want to keep developing it. That's why the next project concerning test scenarios in the Polish road infrastructure, hopefully soon we will get to know the entity that will be implementing this project, and this will give us continuity till 2025 or longer. We'll see. But regardless of anything, this is yet another step to define precisely both infrastructural elements, because we decided we need to test more than 100 reference elements of the infrastructure from point of view of how they behave in the context of automated technologies. And we would like Polish research and development centers, the Polish industry, Polish businesses to be more active in international projects. There are a lot of them. I know that there is an entry barrier, colloquially speaking. I know that usually you need to have money, but it is worth it. It's worth using financing sources that are available now. It's worth developing consortia, and it's worth developing technologies before the law is implemented. So it's important to test in closed areas or on the functioning infrastructure. This is what we want to focus on in the nearest future. Ladies and gentlemen, always when we have lectures about financing sources, about grants and funds for projects, people always say, but where do you take it from? Well, from here. We have an instrument, Connecting Europe, which makes it possible to obtain money for technological innovations, digital implementations, transport automation, intelligent transport systems. The spectrum is very large. So if you're interested, I do encourage you to contact my department, Ministry of Funds, or Center of EU Transport Project. We are happy to help you define call in which you can participate, and I'm sure that as 2021-27 perspective develops, national funds will be launched and there will be money for implementation of similar projects. Well, as you will see, the budget in the EU is 800 million euros. Well, co-financing is only 50%, but you may say only, but it's as much as actually. So it's worth getting together, setting up a consortium, defining the scope of project if you want our support, or the engagement of the ministry are always open to projects that can increase digitalization of the Polish transport system. We are always happy to participate, so I encourage you to contact us, to be active, and if there are other confirmed sources of financing, we will keep you posted through the Competence Center. We have time until September, October, and then there is an evaluation procedure. So by January, we should get to know the entities that will be drawing on this privilege and will be using the EU funds. So finally, on a final note, what I should have started with, me thanking our partners from the consortium, Professor Ślęzak, Professor Grabarek, and the teams that were working in order to implement our project. Thank you all for participation on the seminars, asking questions, making remarks, motivating us to work even more dynamically, because you ask difficult questions. This is what it's all about. Keep doing that. And also, since I represent the ministry, I would like to thank my team present here, Sławek Lewandowski. Applause to our partners, for our partners. Maja Perkuszewska, and everybody else who contributed to the implementation of our project. Like I said at the beginning, it all starts with a good strategy, its implementation, and now identifying the outcomes. So thank you so much. Wish you fruitful deliberations, and I'm at your disposal later on if you want to ask questions or talk to me about the Competence Center. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now it's time for the next lecture, Poland compared with other countries, benchmark and social research. Head of IT and Mechatronic Department, Warsaw Technical University, Iwona Grabarek. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to present the research conducted by Warsaw Technical University. Social support is the driver of development, so we wanted to find out what the society thinks about such projects. I wanted to show you some details concerning how this research was performed, and then provide the opinions, what the experts think, what the society thinks about use of autonomous or automated drive, and how can we benchmark ourselves with other countries. We know that, let me remind you about the framework of the research. I'm not going to concentrate on that. This survey was conducted by the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Warsaw Technical University, and then we have assigned the performance of this research to the institutions that do it professionally. Both centers of investigation in Warsaw and in Katowice. The objective, we wanted to find out what the Poles think about such transportation. Would they be open to take advantage of such transportation? And what experts think, because they should also reconsider if they would have some benefits from this type of transportation. This objective was detailed because we wanted to find the expectations of the entities and the readiness of the entities and people in the transportation sector. We were also expecting recommendations. The research concerned vehicles from L3, so the ones that have the ability of autonomous drive. And it was also L3 level, and then subsequent levels are high levels of autonomous drive that we are still working for, but it's still to start doing something, because without the first step we won't have the subsequent steps. The results of research are very well described in the reports, so I'm not going to go into the details. The methodology fulfills the requirements. What about the opinions? Some optimistic conclusions. Around 70% of the respondents said yes, or rather yes, they have heard about the autonomous vehicles and about the research performed abroad. They haven't heard about this research in Poland. And the second positive aspect, if these vehicles would be available, they can see the result, which is the improvement of comfort of life. There were also negative opinions, because generally the society is concerned and is afraid. Almost 80% of respondents have never heard about such research in Poland. It's also the result of the mass media that do not provide such information to the extent to be able to understand the functioning of those vehicles. And I think the lack of knowledge concerning what the automation technology works provokes lack of trust. As you can see, those people express some concerns that it will take several years, so this technology is not reliable yet. And another very specific aspect, we don't want to change our customs. We like to drive, we enjoy driving, and suddenly it turns out that we are supposed to give up this pleasure. And as you can see, 67% of drivers do not want to give up, and 22% has no opinion. So we still can convince them. Lack of belief in the effectiveness of driving, because at some point both types of vehicles will be on the roads, and the users of roads think that it will not be effective. When it comes to the purchase of an autonomous vehicle, there is not much willingness because such vehicles are too expensive, and also 1/3 of the respondents would like to buy a vehicle that would be more expensive as the regular one, but it's not a huge percentage of the respondents. What are the challenges or the barriers provided by the respondents in the implementation of such vehicles? As it was mentioned by Director, lack of legislation concerning liability for traffic accidents with such vehicles, lack of legislation and principles, and still insufficient level of technology. First of all, related with software, insufficient safety of vehicles, because the respondents are afraid that such vehicles can be used for different purposes, for other purposes, if it would get hacked, and the data would be used for other negative actions. What are the preferences? In fact, despite lack of acceptance of such transportation, what can we do while we travel with such vehicle? The respondents have never said that they are going to rest, but most of them focused on monitoring of the vehicle, so they will continue analyzing what's happening. That also results from the fact that there's insufficient trust, and this lack of trust results from lack of knowledge. When it comes to the use of vehicle, there is a willingness to use it as private or service on demand. There's less interest in collective transportation, although it seems that would be the first, the most simple step. Those respondents, more than 1,000 people. Then, of course, there were some interviews with experts, focus groups on experts, and what were the results? The respondents do not really know how this technology can impact their sector, what can be the benefits, and they have added that this results from the fact that they do not have an experience, they do not have contact, so they cannot evaluate if this investment pays off. This readiness will increase if we succeed to demolish the barriers that constitute an obstacle here. They talk about problems related with liability for damages, insurance, and lack of regulation when it comes to homologation of those vehicles. Generally, they have underlined that it should be an evolution, so we should start with creation of the demo. Without having contact with such vehicles, it would be very difficult to say if we like it or not, if we have transport or not, if we have trust or not. So they think that the first step are demos, and at the same time we should have campaigns to provide more knowledge concerning functioning of this technology. What are the costs? What are the risks? because every new technology has advantages and disadvantages, so we can use it as promotion and education in this scope. In the framework of recommendation for improvement of efficiency of those actions, we think about the problems concerning financial incentives and also professional environments for testing of autonomous vehicles. This is one of the tasks of our project. Planning of training of experts. This is directed for universities because if the vehicles will be more automated, more complex, also the experts are required to manage, exploit or service those vehicles. And we also need to change the approach to training of experts in this area. It was underlined also that we need to intensify cooperation between self-government and scientific institutions. Another part of the research involving interviews provided the benefits for the sector. The experts complain on the lack of drivers, so it would be a possibility to diminish this negative impact of lack of human resources, and also autonomous vehicle will not be limited with specific norms of work or scope of work that could bring down the costs for the enterprises and better use of the vehicles, participants of the traffic, so increase of safety of traffic, road traffic in case of transportation. 80% of reasons for accidents are people. So if we eliminate risky driving, tiredness, which is a great impact when it comes to professional drivers, we might increase the safety of traffic and the obstacles, which are the most significant. So the cost of implementation of these vehicles, more than 83%, lack of trust anyhow to new technologies, insufficient verification and testing, and lack of the infrastructure for such vehicles, because such vehicles cannot function in current environment if we want them to be reliable. And they have recommended first of all legislation changes dedicated to specific governmental institutions in order to allow companies to flourish in this area. Legislation that would allow for testing, and as director indicated, we've also almost managed establishment of a consortium, because one institution is not able to carry out such process, so we need consortia and organizations supporting entities. Of course, dissemination of knowledge and financing, and once again financing. When it comes to experts, in fact, they have said that those autonomous vehicles will bring specific benefits, but they are afraid that these benefits will go only to big enterprises, and the small enterprises might disappear. But the question is, if all the enterprises need to implement those solutions, it all depends on the needs. And of course, another conclusion among experts is to increase spending on research and development, because more than 80% of the respondents indicate that we should get additional funds, and they indicate EU here. Benchmarking versus other countries. Now, in the US, this technology has been developed for years, and the level of its development is more advanced. But the citizens are afraid of those changes. 71% in the USA, in Germany 63%. Younger people between 20 and 40 are more open towards technologies, although they are also afraid they will not be able to drive their cars. Men have more positive approach towards autonomous vehicles versus women. Despite the concerns, the respondents imagine that in the future there will be a possibility to use this kind of transportation, and they would rather see those solutions in public transportation, and acceptance of such solutions is more common in other countries, but this results from the fact that we have less research, less knowledge, and less experiences. What is also interesting, there is a concern, especially in high-income countries, that the vehicles will provide information to tax authorities and insurance companies. And basically, no one wants to be forbidden from driving, so we want the vehicles to be autonomous, but we want to have the possibility to drive ourselves. So the conclusions from the international research briefly, surely very similar in every country. So we think that there will be less accidents, less CO2 emissions, less consumption of fuel, and more efficiency. But what should be underlined, if we get familiar with the technology or not, requires more undertakings, because knowledge provided by TV or social media will not change our perception of transportation, because personal experience is the most important. So if we can check it, verify it during demo, maybe there is a chance that will change our approach. Of course, I wanted to present it briefly. Each such research it seems to be insufficient. It seems that we've asked about everything, but there are still many things that we would like to ask about, gain more information. It would be great to continue this research, and I don't think we'll give them up, because what we should investigate and test in order to improve the acceptance, how to deal with ethical aspects, or who should be responsible for data and collection and storage, who should have the access to them. These are the questions. Please remember, of course, this is only my opinion, even if the respondents have heard about such transportation, we don't have knowledge. If they understand what is it based on, it does not seem so, if there are so many people against it. Thank you for your attention, and I wanted to quote Carlos Ghosn, CEO Nissan and Mitsubishi Motors. Yes, the stake is high. There is a great uncertainty. However, conservative approach will not work in those times. So this is the message for the end of my presentation. I hope we'll continue this topic, and the research will be conducted in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As the professor said, we have a lot of questions we're searching for answers. That's why we have this conference. We have several more panels ahead of us that I hope you will find inspiring. If anyone would like to listen to the conference in English, please collect your interpretation devices at the end of the conference room. And we will have also discussion panels. This is one of the panels concerning social knowledge and awareness in the automation. The professor said that it's hard to assess how does it work with the knowledge of the respondents, because we don't know what kind of autonomous vehicles they dealt with. And this is the topic of the next panel, because the awareness and knowledge is important in every aspect of our life, even the autonomous vehicles. The user should be able to know what they deal with. Of course, we have a number of coffee breaks. We encourage you to network during the breaks, and at the end of every panel will be provided to you to ask questions, to allow the moderators and participants to reply to them, and we will let you know when such questions can be asked. So as I said, we will have several breaks. which will address the most important occasions for conversations, because we have this conference once a year, so I think it's important to talk with other people, other participants, and also share your own conclusions. So, social knowledge and awareness in the area of automatization. We'll have 5 experts here, so I hope it will be a very fruitful discussion for you, because discussions are most important. So that's so significant in the area of autonomous vehicles. And this panel and those discussions will be hosted by Ms. Ewa Olechowska-Rogalska from the Institute that is so familiar with the automation technology. This is our moderator. I would like to welcome her on the stage, and still we will be welcoming the experts to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the panelists, let me point out that knowledge and awareness, these are two most important words today, because when it comes to awareness and availability of know-how, we still need to do quite a lot. So let me invite 5 panelists to sum up the outcomes of research and the biggest challenge in the area of autonomous driving in Poland. The first panelist, Sławomir Lewandowski, representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Madam Professor Iwona Grabarek, Head of Facility for Mechatronic Systems in Transport, Warsaw Technical University. Dr. Engineer Mikołaj Kruszewski, Head of Center for Transport Telematics, expert of Competence Center of Autonomous Vehicles. Dr. Michał Niezgoda, glad to have you with us, doctor, as a specialist in the area of research. So surely you're a very important person we would like to talk to. We also have a representative of the practical world, CEO Marcin Panek, Head of Panek Car Sharing. If you could comment on autonomous cars. Question number 1 to the representative of the ministry. What sort of challenges in this difficult process of automation do you see from point of view of the ministry? Thank you. Hello. You've already said a lot about how much we need know-how, that we can distribute as much as possible in order to make it available to all market participants. Looking at the outcomes of the project after a few years, we can say that we know how little we know. So we are fully aware of the fact that we still have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of challenges, not only when it comes to legislation, organization of process, But also it's important to find a way to be able to talk freely to all participants of this process, to talk to the public opinion, which is hungry for knowledge because they know that things that are happening in transport are interesting. And the more people know about it, the more they will want to use those solutions. It's also about cooperating with the business, and the role of academia is really big here. It may be trivial, but knowledge and how it's distributed. Finding a way to have an open, frequent exchange and conversation. Yes, what you said is important, and these things were mentioned in different studies, also ones carried out by the Institute for Car Transport. Dr. Mikołaj Kruszewski, if you could comment on the most important conclusions that was in the context of automation. Yes, it's a very good question. And I may say that our studies have identified two contradictory conclusions. On the one hand, the studies that we carried out involving traffic participants, autonomous car users trained by us, they were very positive about autonomous driving. They were fascinated by how great and safe these cars are. Their evaluation was not always the same as the evaluation of the operator, who had a different feeling about safety. But that's a different story. Now, on the other hand, what we've seen is that there were a lot of negative opinions when it comes to cooperation with those systems. So there are certain rules that these systems follow, and sometimes what is missing is an extra signal. There are just visual signals, not very well seen when there's a lot of light outside. And the change of status is revealed when the icon is changed from white to gray. This is not enough. So these are challenges to manufacturers to improve the interface, improve communication with the driver. And the second challenge is to integrate interface into a single form between producers. Every producer has a different system. It's handled slightly differently, and it's a great challenge as well. Our project participants who are switching from one car to the other had to learn how it works because it communicated differently. Each communicated differently with the driver. So this is the thing that needs to be unified. Yes, it's true, and it's a challenge to car dealers in the context of training offered to those who will be buying those cars to make sure training is carried out in an adequate way. Madam Professor, you are a very big, you work for a very big research center. Now, I wanted to ask you about your perspective and the biggest challenge and conclusions when it comes to implementation of automation in Poland. Well, definitely we will keep developing research, just like Mr. Lewandowski said, in order to reach out to users, to convey knowledge. And the second task is to educate specialists in this regard. And a moment ago, we said that not everybody accepts those systems. And the survey revealed one more interesting thing, because we analyzed the group of our respondents. In this group, 37% did not have any support systems in their cars. So if they didn't have that, it was hard for them to understand how it all worked. What's more, I suppose, although we haven't checked that, in order to find out how many systems were used by drivers who own them. Because when we buy a car, the manuals are very limited. So this is it and this is it. You press here and it works like this. But then in reality, you simply don't use it. So the experiences that we collected with our colleagues from Holland, well, they carry out such surveys regularly to check how often these systems are used by drivers. So this means that we still have to do a lot here. You simply have to show, teach, explain, and then maybe there will be more openness. There is more chance that we will be successful in those measures. So when it comes to graduates, we try to educate them, and we think that at the current stage, people who will be able to find employment in different institutions will be well trained to deal with it. But the studies are not easy, and we explain that to students because the topic is not easy. So unfortunately, you need more involvement also on the part of students. Yes, but we need such people with more involvement, who are more engaged. And these are important elements, but we moved on to this technological issue. And Dr. Michał Niezgoda can see a lot of challenges here. You used to work with us, sir, and we know that this element is very important. So, sir, giving you the floor, I would like to point out that indeed analysis in this area is not easy. And I wanted to show you what are the challenges in the area of research. What are the challenges ahead of us? Sure. Well, I think from the perspective of automated driving systems, we need to collect sufficient information. This is what the companies are doing, and it's an aspect that is overseen by many companies. In order to teach these systems to drive, to validate them, we are talking about terabytes of data, huge amounts of data. For example, from an hour's of 1 hour drive, you can collect several terabytes of data. Data has to be then sent further. It all depends on the number of sensors and cameras, but generally speaking, most companies collect a lot of data, and it has to be contextualized. You have to do it using the infrastructure where the cars are driving. So if we wanted to test them in Poland, if we want to use them in Poland, we should test them in Poland. In the case of the United States, data has been collected for more than 20 years. So you can imagine how much data they have. Of course, they use simulations and some extra tools to ensure quicker development of those systems, but I think the biggest challenge is to collect and analyze data in order to implement those vehicles safely. Yes, I think it's a big challenge. Several years before, a lot of experts were pointing out that how we manage data is the main element of technological development. So this issue is definitely key. And now let me move on to the practical aspect, because even if you cannot afford to buy a vehicle that meets automation criteria of a higher degree, maybe they will be able to rent them. And this is a question to CEO Wojciech Panek. CEO Wojciech Panek. Are you planning to implement this process in your industry to make sure the availability make sure these vehicles are available as soon as possible? It so happens that autonomous vehicles are part of our strategy for 2030. So our strategy is that in 2030, we want to use autonomous vehicles. in Poland at the latest. What do we have now? Well, right now in car sharing, we want to make sure that people start using automatic drive in Poland because a lot of them want to have automatic gear, because a lot of them prefer to have a stick and have full control. But when I saw the outcomes of tests, where a lot of people didn't want to use automatic gear, they wanted to drive a stick, then you can see even in those simple elements how big the resistance is. So I'm glad that EV Poland is in Poland and that we have such conferences about autonomous cars. We are very much interested in them, and in our strategy, autonomous cars play a really big role. So we decided to divide our strategy into two parts. First of all, we will buy some passenger cars which are autonomous, and our clients will be able to use them, or we will develop those systems. But it's terribly expensive. So we encourage startups and other such companies dealing with it and institutions. We encourage them to cooperate. And we would like to be able to determine a section of road in Warsaw to popularize autonomous cars, because we are able to do that, but we need consent of different institutions. And I know that these measures would popularize these solutions. So our citizens would be fully able to use autonomy and look at how people function. So only now in Gdańsk we have a single car which was bought in France, and you can drive this car, but we don't have such a thing in Warsaw. It sounds promising. I hope that we will be able to have it in Warsaw quite quickly, but I think it's more future. Yes, and this is also a road towards new mobility. And when it comes to renting cars, before we had rent a car. In other words, vehicles were rented manually, where you would queue to the office to get the key. Then the evolution was that there was a car sharing, and we also had taxis, which you could rent through an app or order through an app. And now it's going to be connected. Rent-a-car, car sharing, taxis, it will be all connected. We know that this is our future and we won't be able to escape that. So we already know that this is our must-have. Yes, that's true. Civilizational development in every aspect takes changes, and changes, well, they are something we're afraid of, and it's also justified psychologically. It's a human feature. One of the outcomes of this important project that we were talking about was the development of a competence center of autonomous vehicles and combined vehicles. And I wanted to ask representatives of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Madam Professor and Dr. Mikołaj Kruszewski, about what we could do as a consortium whose work is mainly based on availability of new technologies and raising the awareness among the general public. Do you have any plans or maybe some ideas on how to do that? Sławomir. I'll try. Well, I was trying to listen to what CEO Panek said very carefully. These are very important things. And what you said, sir, was terribly important, and it overlaps with what we have been thinking at the ministry and what we've been thinking about the future of measures in this regard. So I do believe that the project will keep existing and cooperating. We're hoping to cooperate with the center, with the competence center of autonomous cars. But when it comes to the ministry, well, the biggest challenges that we have, apart from what we've already said, where we are trying to coordinate testing and open it up, it's important because we are counting that tests once such a test section will be created in Warsaw or wherever, where you will be able to draw on knowledge what it is and how it can operate in Poland, how automated vehicles and autonomous vehicles can operate in Poland. And based on that, we could develop solutions for the future. Well, as has already been said, these solutions developed behind the desk do not always work in real conditions. So that is why we will be exercising pressure on collecting knowledge. So we will try to collect knowledge as far as possible. And this is my appeal to the industry to share knowledge. And from a point of view of an entity responsible for road traffic safety, our huge challenge is mixed traffic. It's about organizing this long, complicated phase of implementation of automated vehicles, which will require flow of traffic as well as safety, because some of the activities will be done instead of the driver. Maybe and there will be vehicles which will do everything by themselves. It all depends on the law. But the mixed traffic will definitely cause a lot of, or raise a lot of challenges and questions. So this is the most important element that we are thinking about. This is the most important challenge. And in parallel to that, we're thinking about also other things. So data management and formal organization of how transport can be effectively managed by means of twin systems. Digital management systems. So it's a challenge. We try to cope with that. We have national access points where you collect the data. It's the outcome of EU law. We try to make it all more modern. We cooperate with the Directorate for Roads and Highway under NAPCOR project. It's a European project that tries to coordinate the activity of national access points in the European Union. And the data that we will have at hand will be really huge. They have to be safe, of course. We need to provide data, personal data safety, and help manage transport.
Thank you so much. Professor, just to summarize briefly, we are rather an advisor because we don't have any sway here because this is not how we function. So despite this project is finalized, we will continue this cooperation and provide our knowledge in the competence center. Let me just refer to Mr. Panek said, because I'm very positive that in 7 or 8 years we'll have the autonomous cars, because I was afraid already that I won't be able to see it during my life. My research revealed one more thing. We are not a vehicle producer. We are aware of that for a while. And just across the border, we have a huge company that produces the vehicles. We need to be aware that automotive systems are installed in new vehicles, so we need to do something with the old vehicles. Where are they going to go? They will come to Poland. So we need to tackle this problem somehow, because this path towards automatization will expand, because we won't have the possibility to install such systems. And it seems to me, while we analyze all those surveys, that public transportation, this many transportation, has more sway at the very beginning to demolish those concerns. If we are in a group, it's safer. This is the immanent feature of all of us. So I think this is the direction we should follow. I think that I would support the thesis and ideas presented in the professor's presentation. What we are missing, and what the competence centers we strive for, is to support the pilot projects to make people familiar with the technology. Those small implementations in Gdańsk have already developed some good results, and we had the very positive approach of younger people, 2040. So one of the implementation in Gdańsk concerned cemetery. There was a minibus for elderly people, and the results were pretty positive. So it seems to me that we need to convince the people through contact with the technology. So we'll be supporting all the entities in Poland which, in the framework of national and international project, execute such projects. The second part is education. Not only improving the social awareness, it's possible that the results, so uncertainty towards the technology, results from the fact that in the mass media we only had bad news. For a while, we were receiving information about the accident, this famous accident in the US. It was the headline for a week, and we don't know that other vehicles drove million kilometers and nothing happened. So it's an important element, factor that builds the awareness, and this is something that we need to take care of in Poland. And also education of the drivers. We see many gaps. The driver receives a new car but stays alone with the technology. Of course, there is an instruction manual, 300, 400 pages. Not everyone reads it, so we want to support the educational aspects concerning candidates for drivers or people that just buy a new vehicle with new systems and they want to find out more how to use them, and more, what's even more important, to know the limitations of those systems. On one hand, we have this lack of trust towards the system. That's negative, but also too much trust might lead to great danger. So we fully support the development of the trust on specific level. That's true. Many research reveals that the more trust towards the system, the more problems with the transfer of control. Everything that we've been discussing just brings us to the conclusion that every new area just increases the area of our lack of knowledge. So anyhow, we should make the first step somehow. I think we've made the first leap, and the declaration of Wojciech Panek additionally strengthened this declaration. So thank you so much. And I think that this huge leap that we've just made, thanks to the project, can be perceived as extremely effective. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This panel was moderated by a representative from the Institute, and now we are having 30-minute break. And during this time, please visit our exhibition area where you can see and visit everything connected with transportation. On the parking lot outside of the hotel, you can see the vehicles from Panek Company. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. We have another panel of this conference. I know that the exhibition is very tempting, but we assure you that you will have time for that to allow you to take advantage of the exhibition. We will wait several minutes more. The next panel concerns the competition center concerning autonomous vehicles because during the second conference we initiated the launch of this unit. The competence center is the main center that will work on providing autonomous vehicles to Polish streets. But there's another panel ahead of us, and before that, a short summary of what has been happening during the last year concerning this competence center.
Spotykamy się dzisiaj na międzynarodowej konferencji Instytutu Transportu Samochodowego. Przygotowaliśmy pokazy, przygotowaliśmy
test drives and demos where you can get familiar with the technology that is available. So I hope you will like this undertaking. It will be an interesting event to open the discussion in Poland. This is exactly what you could see. It was the competence center of the autonomous and connected vehicles. And this is going to be the next part of our conference, the role of the competence center in the implementation of automatization of transportation in Poland as one of the main results of the AVPL road project. And now let me invite the Professor Marcin Ślęzak and Małgorzata Pełka, Vice Deputy and Deputy Head of the Competence Center. They will tell us about the Competence Center as the institute answering the challenges of this sector. Summarize the first year of functioning. Ladies and gentlemen, on this clip that you've seen before, you've seen the road of Poland was the competence center, and we started with the conference in 2017, which was the important step for opening up the center. And now we need to sum up what we've managed to achieve during this year. I think it's important to provide the most important objectives. Why was it created to start with? It was one of the main results of the AVPL road project, and it's an answer to the challenges connected with implementation of this technology of Polish roads, support of functioning and competitiveness of the automotive market, analysis of impact of those vehicles on mobility and safety, and also another element, the role of the national contact point to provide coherent communication between all the stakeholders. I'm talking about both entrepreneurs and administration units or research units. This is the objective, to become the hub of the information flow, and I hope we'll be able to deal with that. Ladies and gentlemen, the supreme objective of the Competence Center for automotive and connected vehicles is to support public administration in efficient and safe implementation of automatization to Poland based on best global practices. That's why we work in different international groups in order to collect the best practices and promote the activity of the Competence Center globally. One of the main tasks of CKEPAP is to promote and increase awareness and acceptance for different stakeholders in the sector, as well as users and drivers, in order to efficiently implement automatization in Poland. It's also an analysis of current trends and capabilities of implementation of those services. That's why during the discussion panel we're able to address it. It's also concerning the platform of knowledge and exchange of experiences. We can also provide the monitoring of different international initiatives and converting the best experiences to Poland, best practices to Poland. We also analyze legal provisions and preparation of new legal acts to provide safety. The Competence Center was launched 1 year ago, 7th of June 2021. Also during the AV Poland conference, we have prepared its functioning from the first day of its functioning. So even during the conference, we have already organized 2 international sessions. The first one was the Visegrad Group discussion panel where we discussed the possibility of cooperation and strategy of implementation of automation in different Visegrad Group countries. The last session concerned the projects financed by the Horizon program that concentrated on the knowledge and acceptance of the technologies to be able to implement and gather as many experiences as possible. During this presentation, we have presented the Trustonomy project results. I also encourage you to look at our website where you can find all the information concerning our activity that can be divided into research and development, so all the seminars, as well as R&D projects, as well as expertise provision. In the news tab, you can find information about the events. That includes AV Poland conference and different seminars concluded within AVPL Road project. We are members of the consortium together with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Warsaw University of Technology. We have addressed the most important topics concerning automatization, so legislation, technical challenges and social challenges. Of course, we have always presented the results of our work not only within the project but also practices that we have collected during other projects. We have also had panel discussions of the participants in order to provide as many information as possible. Apart from that, we also represent the competence center at different national and international conferences to disseminate knowledge about all the issues that we work with. Among others, we have participated in Autonomy Paris conference, workshops, and ATS Polska Congress, where our participants, our members participated in the discussion panels, and the whole consortium received the ITS statue in our category.
Apart from that, we try to cooperate internationally. These are some pictures from individual meetings with companies, but one of our representatives represented Poland at Digital Check-in this year in May. Apart from that, we started cooperating with the European Association of Driving Schools, and on their website there is an interview where we were talking about our vision of trainings for drivers of the future, about the challenges and the needs to train future staff. Continuing this cooperation, together with that association, we are working out recommendations for trainings for drivers of passenger cars to make sure we can teach drivers to use this technology in an efficient and safe way. As you know, we've had more and more systems that are available, and like Mikołaj said during the discussion panel, we don't really have any possibility of obtaining current knowledge about how these systems should be used. That is why we worked out a training for drivers. In our opinion, it should comprise three parts: theory, practice, and assessment. Assessment, because we saw during our studies, research, that how the way drivers see themselves is different than the way they are assessed by someone from outside. So we think it's best to have a training. And when it comes to the scope of the training, we decided that we have to know how to switch on and switch off the system, know its limitations, know when it's going to work correctly, with what range of speed, and when we cannot use it because the atmospheric conditions do not allow for that, even if the system doesn't show the message. Apart from that, messages sent by the system, we need to understand what a given system is saying and how we should respond. Recommendations should be available soon, and they will be available on our website as well. And also, you can see here an e-learning platform that we worked out in the project called Trustonomy. The theoretical center can be carried out in several different ways. The first way is local training by an instructor but we keep talking about digitalization, and we offer new trainings online. We launched a new method, e-learning method. We have our own platform with materials, and we did it in cooperation with partners. And we have a training for passenger cars, but also for trucks and buses. The platform is available in 4 different languages, so you can choose which language you are going to have. It comprises 4 parts: introduction, theory, then training, which is an interactive video where the trainee can simply switch on the film, switch on the system, change the setting by settings, collect know-how practically, and then there is sum up with all the limitations, and at the end there is a quiz to check the level of knowledge. Yes. One of the final activities on the 10th of May, also in Victoria Hotel, were legislation workshops where we were trying to convey a certain concept. The meeting lasted many hours. We tried to convey a concept of changes of the law based on the current experiences, and talking to representatives of the industry and exposing ourselves to criticism, whether changes correspond to the needs, which changes might be controversial, and possibly which elements we should focus more attention to. And that meeting was an opening meeting of a cluster of cooperation, which we formally launched. And today we just, you can see the roles of the cluster here, but above all, it's all about dialogue between the business, the competence center, and the administration and government to make sure we can implement changes which the law has to follow. The law has to follow technology. It's always in slight delay, but it has to be conducive to the development of the Polish economy. On the 10th of May, it's going to be an opening meeting, and we would like to give all people or businesses who participate our thanks. We would like to thank them for participating in that meeting. My colleague will read the companies that were involved, and I'll ask these people to approach us. And if you want to have materials about the cluster and that were conveyed during that meeting, they are available on the website of the Competence Center. They are also available next door on our stand. So if you don't have the materials and would like to have them, you can approach us to our stand of the Competence Center. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the representative of Aptiv company. Avallo representative is kindly invited to the stage. Association of Distributors and Producers of Automotive Parts. ZF Group. EVL, AVL. Indiada. Bless company. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say that since we were talking about legislative workshops, we will be talking about their outcomes during one of the panels at 3 o'clock. So if you haven't participated and would like to find out about the outcomes, you're invited to meet us at 5:15. Thank you. We still have a special lecture on the role of psyche of a driver, about the chances, opportunities and threats. Dr. Ewa Dachowska-Rogalska, a psychologist of transport, and Monika Łudzińska, also a psychologist of transport, both working for the Institute of Transport. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as psychologists, we were invited to give this speech because we often talk about the human factor, and we as psychologists deal with the human factor. And so today we are going to talk about chances and threats in the concept of psyche of a driver who's facing facing a new challenge, which is really not that easy. And it's proven by tests that we carried out and also other research. So what are we going to talk about? So very briefly, some lessons from history, because mental processes involved in driving a vehicle seem to be known to everyone, but not everyone is aware of the role of those processes and how they should evolve in the context of what we are facing. So the role of psyche is a very important element. Next, we're going to talk about the analysis carried out by the Institute in this area. And we will finish off with a very important element, which is related to the necessity of changes that we are facing. And we would like to sort of talk about the psychological dimension. Everybody knows what road safety coefficient is, and sometimes drivers are not even aware what that is. This is a specific relationship between the current psychomotor fitness of a driver and the requirements that the driver has to fulfill with regard to the external environment and the vehicle. So we have a lot of changes here, because fitness is important. Something they will be able to drive without thinking about fitness, which is not true. And many studies have revealed that. It seems that the current requirements can be lower, but we may be wrong here, assuming that the requirements put in front of drivers will be lower in the context of automation. Well, maybe once the cars are totally autonomous, maybe they will not be key here. But since we have to control these technologies, the requirements are very important. Now, some history. What is involved in driving a car? We don't even realize when we are drivers. We don't really realize that we do certain things quite automatically or autonomously, but it's in fact automatically. So all mental functions involved in driving have to be engaged. So a driver takes several dozen decisions a minute. These are decisions concerning safety, and it's not done by the vehicle. The vehicle is only involved in some elements. So sight, hearing, concentration are involved. Multiple attention, divided attention, only functions when the driver performs two activities, of which one is automatic. If this activity is not automatic or two activities are new, we won't be able to function in such an environment. So a driver functions in the context of attention that switches between activities. You experience that. For example, when you use a headset and you arrive at a junction which is quite busy, and you tell your driver, please wait, something's going on, I need to focus while you're talking, and your central nervous system is simply informing you that you need to switch attention to a more important context from point of view of security, even though we've been doing different activities, several at once, watching the road, operating navigation and stuff like that in the car. Our central nervous system keeps focusing on what we are doing, and we are doing a very intensive work, switching between activities that we are doing. The fact that I'm standing here, speaking to you, holding a mic at the same time, doesn't engage my attention, but it would engage my attention if someone were to come in and speak loudly. They would distract me. So our brain keeps helping us. The question is whether we are able to make sure that a certain activity is done for us by the car without requiring too much attention on our part. So we also have psychomotor factors here, visual, motor coordination. So hand coordination, flow of information, how we see information and what we are going to do about it. How do we take decisions and how long it's going to take. We all check that in the process of psychological analysis of mental functions related to driving cars, but the emotional sphere is most difficult to measure. Often, as drivers, we have a big problem with such elements that are related to stress. Stress is a specific outcome of expectations from the outside and what we have to offer. If we think something will stress us, it usually does stress us, but it will have an active impact on our cognitive functions, which are indispensable when you drive a car. Road rage, we all know those spectacular behaviors when a driver approaches another driver and wants to hurt him or shouts. If they shout, it's it's anger behind the wheel. If he clashes, this is aggression or road rage. This is what we often face. Other factors which play a big role here is eliminating fatigue. This is a very important element, but also addictions, systems that can switch off the vehicle when the driver is intoxicated. This is also an important factor that increases safety. Environment, blindness, getting used to certain environment and simply not seeing certain things. So automation would help us here. All of us function in the context of automatic activities. This is what we learn when we learn how to drive. We need to perform the same activities at the same time. We have to look at the environment, take different decisions. So the skill of operating a vehicle at the same time taking decisions and observing are very important elements that have to change. In other words, a driver, when he gives up control, he or she will have to change his or her behaviors. So when driving automatically or autonomically, they will have to be ready to take over control. And I guess that's the biggest problem. So we are on level 3 now, but we are not ready yet to cope with those difficult situations where the driver will have to keep analyzing the road in order to take an adequate decision. Legal solutions, ethical questions, we've already talked about it, but what is the most important here is transfer of control. It concerns very difficult psychological areas. It's also a challenge for us in psychology. Yes, as you can see, there are a lot of challenges here. I put a lot of text here on purpose, but let me explain the essence. Well, it's good to trust systems, but on the other hand, if there's too much trust, if trust is too intensive, so drivers have the biggest problem with transfer of control. So big trust may result in the fact that in a sensitive situation, we might make a mistake. Research has shown that when you have to take over control, it lasts some 10 seconds. If you're not expecting it, if you're not analyzing the situation, it takes 3 to 4 times longer. These are huge challenges. So we have to make sure that it's quite automatic for drivers, that they keep their attention sharp. So at this stage, at stage 3, we cannot have a situation where we can fully give back the trust to the machine. And these are the biggest research challenges that we've been implementing or we've been following. Yes. Based on previous presentations, we know that for autonomous vehicles to function well in public space, we need a whole range of activities. Improved infrastructure, improved law, but what is equally important, often not appreciated, is the preparation of men to face new technology. People are able to cope with innovations quite well, but preparing mentally to function in new reality can be quite difficult. That's why at the Institute of Car Transport, we explore these topics. We explore the efficacy of systems, and we investigate the feelings of drivers, how they feel about those systems, and transfer of control in the situation of limited situation control. We use Drive Simulator at the Institute, and we do it also at the test track. And also we do it in real conditions of road traffic. One of the tests checked selected psychological factors, because this is our main area of interest. And so, first of all, transfer of control and responding to different situations, also situations that were unexpected, when we have to take over control, when we are forced to do so. According to this study, as we assumed, we saw that age and experience were two factors that had impact on response to unexpected situations. We also noticed that the influence of psychomotor ability on the speed of response to the call to take control was also observed. Exploration on the test drive was related to a lot of systems, and you can see the systems on the slide. Data that we were collecting concerned or were analyzed by means of a specific system for acquiring data, but also observations of the drivers and observer, and using experiments. Conclusions have already been presented during the seminars. That's why today I'm not going to quote them.
And also additional research in framework of our project concerning basically interaction of the driver with the system objectively with data acquisition system. For us, unimportant, it was to evaluate subjectively also the evaluation of comfort and adaptation capabilities. One of the key issues requires trust towards the system. This trust has been mentioned on several occasions already, and we've verified the trust towards the system as well. Generally, as you can see on the slide, our drivers trusted the system first of all, mostly. It was most important to trust to BSD. During 6% of drives, it was not that much trusted, but 17% trusted to limited extent. The greatest trust was to automatic speed control. We have also verified the trust towards the system in division into those three different systems that were the subject of our investigation, but also in relation to the experience of the drivers. Namely, we verified the trust towards the system in case of drivers that are familiar with the systems already, so they've been using vehicles with those systems. And also the analysis was performed based on drivers that had no experience previously. LKA system is the first one, and you can see that there were not significant differences when it comes to the trust. In case of ACC, we have observed slight difference, however, significant dependencies were visible in case of the third system, BSD, where experienced people were trusting the system much more versus unexperienced people. Also, in this case, it was proved that experience in the use of systems may impact automatization, which means comfort of use of vehicles with those systems. Drivers that were familiar with the system, as you can see here, were dealing much better with the system, so they were adapting themselves much better to driving, and they felt comfort in the situation when the system was launched. To sum up, the research work within this project, we know that implementation of the vehicles with higher levels of automatization requires multidisciplinary approach, not only scientific research that is presented to you, but also tests that were mentioned here, trainings that were mentioned by our colleague Małgosia, and psychoeducation of the drivers. In this context, it's important to remember what Stanisław Lem said. Yesterday's unusuality becomes today's cliché and a normality of tomorrow, and we need to get ready for that. So how in this path towards the change the human mind should behave? Alright, so at the very beginning, significant but also simple scheme of process. So what should we do to apply any change? So first of all, we need to understand that this concerns me, that in fact I'm a person that is functioning in the civilization, and shortly, or majority of us will start using automated vehicles. So in consequence, the first element is the fact that it concerns me. It's an element that might be fortified within training and campaigns. Moreover, in order to have this change quicker, we need to see the benefit of the change. So we need to verify or see or understand that what is being implemented is beneficial for me. Beneficial because maybe I won't be that tired, maybe I won't have to do that many things at the same time. Maybe it will be just much more convenient or quicker. We need to change our approach. Change of thinking is a significant critical aspect because it requires good analysis of the previous stages. Without previous stages, we can't talk about change of approach and then change of behavior. So, and another element, maintenance of the behavior. We see that with the drivers that we want to change their behavior to be safer. At the very beginning, the driver needs to see that this change is safe. So we need to see or provide specific benefit. Then the change is performed. And the question is if I'm going to maintain it. If you have ever quit smoking, you surely understand that it's challenging because it's easy to get back to the bad habit. Of course, the habit that we want to introduce is better and more significant. However, it requires a change of psychological processes from the first stage. So unaware, incompetence, so the driver doesn't know how those vehicles work, or they have very little experience. We need to get to awareness of incompetence. So we need to get into the car and feel safe. And that's another very significant point. So the second stage of conscious incompetence, so starting the change and also time for adaptation. And here there is a huge role of training, information, dealers to present it in an accessible manner. I think few of us have read manual of your vehicle. Have you ever read this manual? From cover to cover? I don't think so. So that's why the role of the dealers is so significant when it comes to explanation of how the vehicle behaves, how it can be used, and how the automatization looks like, and how is it used. So I think this is something key when it comes to conscious incompetence. And then we have conscious competence, so doing new behaviors while you know that one can, to implement this new competence which is mine, and I do not need to think how I will behave. So in fact I function safely well, and there's no problem with implementing new elements. What are the conclusions? So another human element, it's the most important one. It's proved by the analysis not only performed by the Institute but also global research or the research mentioned by professors. So in order to change your habits, we need experience, and experience requires training. It's a very significant moment for all the people that would be participating in this new transport, and for everyone that will decide to use the vehicle equipped with modern systems. Many drivers have those systems, but they don't really use them because they are concerned, maybe sometimes they lack knowledge. So we need to change the attitude, change the habits. That's so significant also when it comes to the experience. So let's learn, let's try safely, let's test it safely, and then we'll be more competent to implement changes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great timing. It's noon. Now we are going to have a longer break, but we will meet during the next panel to discuss more practical aspects of automatization in the industry. We are going to have speeches of companies that are very much familiar with those issues. We encourage you to also to visit the exhibition which is in the room next door to see different solutions, gain more knowledge. So during the next part of the conference starts at 1. Thank you very much. Take your seats, we are about to begin. Welcome back. Let me tell you that in this panel, one of the speeches will be in English. The interpreters are in the back, so you can take them next to the booth for the interpreters, so you'll be able to use them and use the translation. So we encourage you to do so. And now we start the next panel of our conference, AVPL, which will concern current technology trends, vehicle automation in this industry, and we'll have representatives of several companies. The first presentation concerns driver behavior monitoring and legislation in this scope. PhD Michał Niezgoda, CEO of Robotech AI. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michał Niezgoda. I represent Robotech AI. I will tell you a little bit about the regulatory context and the standards. I talked about it during the first conference, and for the last 5 years many things change in those systems. In the European context and global context, let me start with the profile, with the tendencies and trends. So what technologies are and can be used in modern cars, then regulatory context, because those systems will be obligatory in every new vehicle. It's good to know when it happens and how it works. Then, what can we expect in the future? What is next for the driver monitoring systems? Now we can detect two states, so falling asleep and the second, lack of attention. So we have those two states that are present right now, and in the future there is a tendency to detect critical states, which are critical for the road safety. Something about Robotech: we are a software company that cooperates with many companies when it comes to development of middleware, software, robotics, and also development of human state monitoring. Automotive is our main area of application. We deal with supporting driver monitoring systems and monitoring of the inside of vehicles, so we can monitor passengers. For example, if we forget about seat belts and so on and so forth. We operate in Europe, US, and recently Japan. So we have the review of the regulations from all those countries. They are different, and I hope it will be interesting in the global context. However, there's a question how driver monitoring systems are connected with automation. It's very much connected, because in L3 and L2 systems, where the driver is obliged to monitor what is happening around, so the driver is responsible for the safety, difficult situations might appear that, for example, humans stop to monitor, they fall asleep, they have a nap on level 3 or level 2, and it might cause accidents which wouldn't happen if those systems would be used properly. So control would belong to the driver. We can see a lot of clips on YouTube where people just play with those systems in a dangerous way, and there's this idea among regulators and researchers that those systems would be obligatory for L2 and L3 in every new produced vehicle. This is happening actually historically. we had systems based on two basic sensors. The first sensor is the angle of turning of the wheel of the car, so location versus the road lines, road collision warning system, and it also facilitated to analyze the location of the car between the lanes. Now this tendency changes, and now we talk about vehicles that are equipped with cameras, because in such an automated vehicle on level 3 or 3 we access there is a control of the steering wheel, so it's not being controlled by the human anymore. So we need to analyze the face and what is the driver doing with the hands. So the cameras are mounted on the switchboard, sometimes in the window. So they use infrared, and they deal well with different lighting. The regulatory context of those systems is as follows. There is a general safety regulation in 2019 which indicated implementation of these monitoring systems, two types, DDAW, and ADDW is still being developed if we look at on the road or somewhere else. In line with this directive, all the new vehicles will be equipped with those systems. The DDAW also concerns movements with the steering wheel, so introduces the systems with cameras. We have the Chinese context. In China, there are also systems being introduced, mostly by the local standards. We have the standard norm concerning driver's attention monitoring systems. And European American context, the Americans also want to implement those systems of drivers monitoring. There is this initiative, SAFE Act, that obliges the Transportation Department to investigate the impact of those systems on road safety. And President Biden has also signed the infrastructure bill that introduces these monitoring systems that need to be introduced before 2026. In the US context, there's also monitoring of driving under influence that would be really difficult to be done with the technologies that we have at hand. It's difficult to distinguish if the driver is just tired or under the influence. There's also European context, wider context, because those directives, they are based on consumer tests, so Euro NCAP has done in 2020. So in order to achieve the maximum number of stars in NCAP, we need to have safety assist, which is oriented towards monitoring of distraction and tiredness. So driver drowsiness and attention warning. In February this way, there was a regulation, there was the test protocol indicating how these systems need to be analyzed, so how to test such systems on different ethnic groups. Because what's interesting, in Asians, for example, those systems do not work as well versus the Europeans. So a number of such regulations in NCAP. So we also have the attachment to the regulation from 2019 that appeared in April that covers the driver drowsiness monitoring systems based on the analysis of the movement of the steering wheel, but we also have the EU context. In 2021, there was a report indicating how the systems can be tested by the producers of the vehicles. So what Drowsiness is, what is it? The biggest amount of definitions we have in NCAP, and drowsiness is the level of distraction of the driver. We have the scale 1 to 9, so you can see the scale on the slide. So if it's more than 7, so 8 or 9, that means that the driver is very, very tired. And such data can be compared with indication if the driver is tired, and it's also that, of course, infrared cameras can be used to monitor that. So the closure of eyes, if the eyes are closed, for how long. And in NCAP we have the micro dreaming and dreaming. So the driver that closes eyes from 1 to 3 seconds, the system will indicate that this driver is drowsy, this is micro sleeping, and if the driver falls asleep, that would be indicated by closing the eyes for 3 seconds or more. This is how the drowsiness is defined. So we're looking at the eyelids of the driver first of all.
Drowsiness was defined in the European Union, referring to a sleepiness scale. So the European Commission will validate the systems based on certain tests. Tests on 100 drivers and how they detect 80% of correct micro sleeps. So this is a reference to a subjective evaluation of drivers. Such type of tests have to be carried out in safe conditions, so not on public roads, usually on simulators, such as at the Institute. Also, NCAP defined distraction. And so it was divided, distraction was divided into 3 types of distraction. The first one is long distraction, short distraction, and what is interesting, we also have phone use defined as a short distraction. So short distractions are within 30 time windows, so cumulative 10-second glances away. If the glance comes back for less than 2 seconds, the time resets and is calculated again from scratch. So that's the definition. Short distraction, then long distraction, single gaze away from the forward road to one location of more than 3 seconds. And this is an ISO standard. Depending on a car, area of interest is different, but generally phone use is defined as a short distraction with a mobile phone as a glance AOI. So this is how it's defined today. NCAP also identifies an unresponsive driver who does not respond to any notifications, so the car will generate alerts. For example, seatbelt not closed, so not fastened. If the driver fails to respond regularly and is not attentive, we have an unresponsive driver, namely a situation where the driver looks away for more than 6 seconds. The car can do a minimum risk maneuver, so stop on the side and call an ambulance. And this is more of a science fiction. Such systems haven't been implemented yet, but NCAP says that clearly, that such behaviors with the current level of automation, type 3 automation, will be possible to implement. So stopping a car in a safe way. How do you test such systems? Well, mainly we have low-level attributes testing in order to assess head pose, eyelid tracking, gaze vector, pupil and iris, and different facial landmarks. They are analyzed in order to determine whether the driver was distracted or falling asleep. And such tests are carried out on two levels, either low-level attributes level or high-level conditions of the driver. And what is interesting is when testing, in the case of DMS testing, one should take into account the individual differences. Everybody is different. There are different age groups, and age groups in Europe will be tested from the 16 years of age, including senior driver, 80 and more. So such requirements have already been implemented, division into sexes more or less equal, and anthropometric features are important. So features related to height, weight, how the driver is seated, so posture, as well as typology of skin, and differences between different ethnicities. The systems did not work too well in Asia because they were developed in Europe. And we take this into consideration when developing tests. We take into account occlusions, such as glasses. Not all glasses work well in those tests. Whether there are face masks distort analysis of the image, makeup, headwear may distort the functioning of the systems, especially if the position of the camera is in the rear view mirror. If we put on a cap, the system will not be able to see our eyes. So it's important from point of view of the position of the camera. So such data are collected today all over the world. Now, the biggest challenge for driver monitoring systems, well, definitely robustness of their function. On the one hand, they should be functioning on different systems, on different markets, American, European, or Asian, considering a whole range of individual differences that we face on those markets. And another big challenge would be to monitor the condition of the driver who is intoxicated. And we also have the right systems for people who were caught driving under influence. And in the United States, the system should be active, working while driving. The assumption is that in the future such systems will be detecting intoxication, which from technological point of view seems to be very, very difficult. And also detection of different incidents such as sudden illness, such as heart attack. Some manufacturers are experimenting with ECG sensors. I haven't seen any good implementation yet, but it's also taken into account when developing these systems. Another big challenge is the use of a single sensor for numerous functions to monitor the interior. For example, detect passengers, detect what the passenger is doing, whether seatbelts are fastened, whether we've forgotten about the baby in the chair. For example, it's hot, we leave the baby in the back. There are a few such cases, but if any, they are usually tragic. So the system is supposed to inform us that we forgot about someone in the car while the car is closed. So such functions will be realized as well. And preference is to have as few sensors as possible inside. And I think it's going to be a very interesting domain in the future. So when we buy a car, we will one day see a camera on the driving wheel, which is observing us. Already today, we have such cars, Lexus LS or other cars. This is where such solutions have been implemented, and soon we will be able to find them in new cars, new vehicles. That's it from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. It's time for the next presentation, also a very practical one concerning modern technologies to support mobility in Polish cities. Vision of New Next Traffic. Łukasz Borowski, who is the head of ITS in this company. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we would like to present to you this topic. Apart from autonomous cars that work really well, it's a fascinating topic. Well, how to use it on a day-to-day basis, because we have regular information on a day-to-day basis about traffic jams, about incidents. Like yesterday there was a huge accident in Warsaw, and that's life on our roads, and everybody's talking how we are going to look at it in the future, how to avoid it thanks to autonomous driving. But we think that we often forget about one important thing, namely all our autonomous solutions and cars will be focused on the future, and it won't work unless we have the right message, the right data about the condition on the road. So lack of information about what's happening on the road, and lack of information on the signs. And we all want more mobility, which is user-friendly and climate-friendly. But it's us. We will be driving behind the wheels for many years, at least until 2040. And the infrastructure market keeps growing. And I have a lot of respect for automotive companies who are investing more and more in increasing safety on the road. And we can see some private startups that get involved very strongly. And I can say that a lot of cars are already equipped and ready for new technologies, and simply they can make it possible for us. And I wanted to show you such road infrastructure, how we can use V2 infrastructure technology. And let me show you what it looks like. If we want to be autonomous, our cities, tunnels, roads, infrastructure, it should be equipped in this solution in order to make things safer. So we cannot postpone it in time. It's not like we are going to implement it overnight. We can see a dynamic development of roads and expressways, and where hard infrastructure is implemented, prism signs, signs with variable messages. But one could complete this information, but by means of the right solutions. And our experience tells us, and we will show it on the slides, that, and in Poland we already have cars that can log into this technology, and we can convey information to the car about the condition on the road. And digitalization makes roads safer. Apart from software solutions, apart from such implementations, there are IT solutions which make it possible to carry out analysis of these solutions. So we can analyze how other cars will behave. So simulation is used here in practice. So you can use a software. If a car breaks down, stops on the road, it will automatically inform other vehicles that it's broken down, that the traffic is down. It will convey information to the dispatch, and then from dispatch it will be sent forward. So we can say that such RSU units talk to each other. And so there is a continuous exchange of data between infrastructure and car, and it's a bilateral communication. Such intelligent roads save lives, at the same time protecting pedestrians, users of scooters, and others who are the most vulnerable. And here, V2X is an assistant of safety and efficacy. So this is the global market of connected cars and what it's going to look like in the future, and how and what are the trends all over the world. We think that V2X enables autonomous, safe driving on the roads. Just as has been said before, unless systems are switched off and if everything's fine, it will make things easier. Because now, when you use current cars, if you switch on all safety systems, the car, so if you switch off all the systems, the driver has to take over full responsibility. Well, drivers in Poland are quite specific. We know full well that when we Poles travel abroad, we stick to speed limits. But when we are in Poland, we never stick to any speed limits. So I think it's related to the fact that the penalties are not strong enough in Poland. So V2X can support you on the road and on the highway. As a result of this technology, vehicles communicate with the infrastructure, and this solution can be implemented in a vehicle on board, or there is an additional central unit which can be added, for example, in collective transport vehicles, ambulances, and other vehicles, which will give priority to a given car. So a central unit will be either on board or it will be installed additionally. RSU transmitter receiver is on the road, and then the data is sent to dispatch center. And now how it looks. V2X to improve traffic in the city, and this is an example where it can be used, and these are not things that we are simulating, but these are true implementations also tested in the test fields. And it's interesting to know what are the traffic lights, what is the recommended speed, or information about the threat. For example, when the device is connected to a lighting system, the device knows what the signal is going to be in a moment and can warn the driver that soon it's going to be yellow. And if the vehicle has all traffic assistance switched on, it will be able to brake automatically in order to avoid a crossing red light. Information about parking situation, also important in order not to look for a space too long in the city center. Information whether a parking space is free or occupied. Also access to urban areas. For example, if you have a receiver and a certificate, and if you can go through a congested city center, if you have a transmitter, you can automatically drive through if you are an owner of a vehicle which can enter the city center. And if you're not allowed to do that, then you can automatically get a ticket. Protection of other traffic participants, information about slowly moving vehicles, about small logistics, so vehicles that realize deliveries to stores. And if the vehicle is parked on a lane, this information can also be sent to other drivers. And this is an example of use outside an urban area, managing lanes by means of special signs of variable signs warning about weather conditions, roadworks, risk of collision, vehicles moving coming from across. So these are the data that are available, and they are made available by different authorities. And often we see vehicles that move against the current. If someone notices, great. If not, not so great, because there may be a very dangerous collision. If such a vehicle drives under the current, we can send this information to our vehicles. And if vehicles communicate between each other, the information keeps going to new drivers, keeps informing other people. And this is an example of information, priority information. And there is a unit which is installed, Yonex Traffics, and that's a unit on the bus. Right now we are testing it in a project in Tychy on 50 crossings on all buses and fire brigade vehicles. And there is two-way communication here, and the communication is also certified. In Poland there are no requirements as regards certification. No, it's not required that it's supposed to be encrypted and so on and so forth. So the keys were updated. For example, we have when we have an electronic signature, we have to confirm it, and we are following a German standard.
Concerning safety, and we still don't have such solutions in Poland. So everything is based on the standards that was accepted by the EU. 802.p. So every producer that wants to use it can apply this solution. So there's no kind of monopoly for one company. So most of the producers have those solutions. I think that's the future. It's the type of application of the priority for safety vehicles. Another very important thing is the crossing with SPAT or map. So this is how we call it. Information concerning the access time to the lightning, and also recommendation how quick it should go to get to the red light. So timers that are not always applied properly. So if it's 30 seconds, we know that it's gonna be red in 30 seconds, but it's some kind of intersections with priority of public transport with some additional traffic management systems. This information does not indicate the time, but the speed. That allows going by green, or we indicate that one needs to stop. So I think the first implementation, I'm not going to tell you which city, but we are going to implement it in autumn. I think it's good and it can be used, especially for public transportation. Because if they receive the priority, whenever we meet the drivers, we encounter the situation that the driver having the priority in a bus, for example, while driving 50 kilometers per hour and seeing yellow, will also always continue, because braking will cause that all the passengers standing will fall down, or they might even get hurt. So this is the information about the time for change of the signal and also warning concerning potential driving on the red light. So if the vehicle is too close, we are able to provide this warning on potential collision. So probability with a sound alarm or signal or other characteristic depending on the situation. We have introduced this implementation on highways, so implemented VMSs or measuring stations. We can also send this information about what is happening. For example, if we have roadworks and we're closing the lane. For example, today there was an accident on S2 highway, and there were all the security measures implemented, but there was a collision and the whole road is blocked. So we should receive information about what has happened. Most of us use Google or Janosik GPS, so all this information is provided with a delay because something happens, there's a traffic jam, and this information is transmitted in 10 or 15 minutes. Sometimes it's too late because the drivers are not able to change the route and they are getting stuck in the traffic jam. This is what I've mentioned, accident with several vehicles. If we can see this information, the operator is able to send this information forward. So not only where the accident was, when we have 30 or 20 stations, so wherever it's impacting the flow of traffic, we can send this message that the drivers would go in another direction. Another very useful information was the simulation model. So elaboration of the entire flow of traffic, and we can build scenarios so that if something happens here, to think about different scenarios and choose the best one automatically, and such operator will receive information and which scenarios should be implemented, where signs should be displayed, and what message needs to be forwarded. Also with CB radio, we are able to send information via CB radio. That's the closure of a lane and information about limitation to 30 kilometers per hour. We have the assistance of the lane, so if it's 30 and the driver is using all the assistance, then this information can be slowed down automatically to this speed and adjusted as there is a dangerous situation and there is a limitation to 30. This is the unit. It's not very complex, it's not very expensive. It verifies 4,000 messages per second. That's the norm, the standard. It has high level of security and safety. Interfaces, all the available ones, we communicate with everyone. It's a general norm, and it's easy to configure with the very simple web browser. These are our main projects globally. An interesting solution would be from the West and the East. In Germany, for example, we had tests with Volkswagen and Corridor A9 for the autonomous drive, and many companies together tested these solutions. So jointly with the producers of autonomous cars, BMW, Volkswagen, or other vehicles, tested the cars together, those solutions. And in great cooperation, they have developed a V2X standard. And I think this is missing in Poland. The testing fields on specific roads, maybe closed roads, to test all the scenarios, to make some experiments, and then implement those solutions in different cities. I think it's the best solution. And then when the director from the ministry presented such introductions of very good the pilot projects, because then we are able to adjust the legislation to the existing solutions, because one thing is that we'll get the information about 30 kilometers per hour, and then there's going to be 50 on the signs. This is just a recommendation, but all the data are saved both in the onboard computer of the vehicle, and then we are able to verify it, so we can see what was the limitation of speed for specific period, or if the lane was closed. So only in all those solutions the legislation does not follow. It's so dynamic that it's difficult to have a ready-made solution for everyone. I can't change the slide. I think it's stuck. The first comprehensive solution in Europe was CITS in Austria, where the exchange was made with the road infrastructure on the length of 22,000 kilometers, 2,200 kilometers, with specific devices to provide information automatically. There was traffic management of new discrimination, non-discriminatory communication, so every producer was able to receive the information. It did not belong to one company. This solution belonged to our company, but all the other solutions belonged to other companies. We used everything that was placed on the infrastructure, and a very quick flow of information about accidents or closures. Such solution provides safe and seamless drive on public roads. This is how it looks like. I know that the road supervision in Poland also required such installations and solutions in Poland. Currently, I am not able to say where exactly, but surely on S7 it was required. So whenever we send something, and if someone has this function, despite seeing the signs, will get the message in the car. Without further ado, just a summary. It was implemented in Tychy. We have final acceptance tests, and the city buses have those solutions, and also fire brigade vehicles have this solution, and I think it's the most comprehensive traffic management system in Poland based on V2X technology. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. And now in the topic of the infrastructure, it's important not only for daily driving. If you live in Warsaw, you know how difficult it is to work. S8, we had the accident yesterday and also today, and now the key factors on the road to autonomous driving. This is the main topic of this conference. Dr. Paweł Skrucha, Product Manager of Aptiv Company. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to represent the Technical Center of Aptiv in Krakow, which is the biggest research and development center of the company globally. For the last 20 years, Aptiv has been working with electronic systems, also from scientific perspective, we've been cooperating with the Technical University in Krakow, so we'll be focusing on electronic systems. The title suggests that I should talk about the autonomous vehicles, and basically we talk about those vehicles more intensively for more than a decade already. There's no doubt that we've done a lot of things about that in this area. It's also one of the main megatrends in automotive sector that define new direction for development and technological progress. However, latest period revealed that it's not that easy. We still have a lot of things to do, many challenges, especially if we think about the autonomous or automatic vehicles to be produced for the general public. This is the main motivation to achieve such level of technology, to achieve mass production. And the question is it that easy? If we ask this question, why do we want to construct such vehicles or autonomous vehicles, the majority of you would reply because of the security reasons. And we've repeated that on several occasions. It's confirmed by the research which indicate that more than 90%, that behind more than 90% of traffic accidents are the humans, 24% according to US research. So the idea behind it is simple. If we want to substitute a human with a robot, so if we want to eliminate the weakest element, we can improve the safety of driving. So the task is very well defined. And the basic question, is it so easy? Can we substitute the driver with a robot? The path to autonomous drive is not easy. It's difficult and time-consuming. And everything started with the active safety systems 1999, more than 20 years ago. The first radar installed in a car. So more than 20 years. Currently we have 8th generation radar. If you would like to see what such radar can do, we encourage you to visit our stand. It's really impressive. What kind of data can we get from such a sensor? The path to autonomous drive is not easy. Some companies would like to take a shortcut, construct a vehicle to be characterized by a high level of automation. There are such ideas, however, majority of the concerns take another path, so they want to do it step by step and improve the level of automation. And they are improving the currently existing technologies from the perspective of reliability and quality. Because safety is basically the factor which is decisive on when and if autonomous vehicles will be used. This is, in general, this is factor number one, safety. No one would like to have a car that would just work properly from time to time. So safety is number one. This is the priority, and this is decisive to say if we have fully autonomous vehicles. And now, if the vehicle is to be safe, it should possess the ability to detect potential threats in traffic, right? Such ability is provided by so-called perception system. This term has appeared today on several occasions. Such perception system is nothing else than the ability of the vehicle to monitor, observe, and interpret what is happening around it. Such perception system might be biological, so if this is when we drive the car, then this perception is performed by our senses, especially our sight and brain, that performs the role of the interpretation device of the data received by our senses. In the autonomous cars, we need to have an artificial perception system. In this case, sensors that provide data of specific quality that are then transformed by the computer system. This is how it looks technically. Such perception system is a critical element on the path to automation of driving, because based on the info obtained from the perception system, people take decisions concerning driving. Some experts, especially as a technical center, we cooperate permanently with other research centers located in Germany or in the US, and there are some voices that if we had the perfect perception system, even today we would be able to apply specific technology to achieve high level of automotive drive. But this perception system is still far from being perfect, or far from being at a level similar to the biological form. So what can we do? We can increase the number of sensors in order to strengthen the system. We can increase the accuracy of those measurement sensors through improvement of sensitivity of radars or other sensors. We also merge information from different sensors in order to enhance this perception system.
So perception, that's the second key factor. We have safety, but it's based on perception. Coming back to the main reason why we design autonomous cars, we want to replace man with an automatic solution, electronic system with software, a single system, more systems, depending on the architecture that we have in the car. But it is a designed system, so software or well, today, the functionality of electronic systems is defined by software. Electronic equipment is just a platform on which software is executed, but most of functionalities is shaped by software. So software defines how an autonomous car is going to behave. Number 3, software as another key element. And you might ask yourself a question, how much software there is in a car? Well, generally speaking, an IT project which contains more than 100 lines of code. Lines of code are the best way to measure the size of software. A project that has more than 100,000 lines of code is quite a big project, a complicated one. In the current vehicles, if you were to calculate it all, you will be able to arrive at the value of 100 million even. 100,000 as a big IT project, and automation 2 or 3, 100 million of lines of code. Preliminary values related to more automatic cars, for example level 5, say that such a car can have 1 billion lines of code. So this aspect is very important. will be leading us towards automated driving. And the thing with automation is that often you have to update it. Updates are either aimed at increasing functionalities or correcting errors that appear when software is used. So we have to get used to a situation where our vehicle updates its software. So from IT point of view, a car is no different than a cell phone. If we have regular system updates in the cell phones, we will also have it in our cars in the nearest future. And the architecture of cars is already adapted to that. We will have the possibility to do that wirelessly. And I agree with the previous speaker that one of the key elements that will make it possible for cars to be autonomous involves communication between vehicles and road infrastructure. Some say it won't be possible unless we have such technology which is in common use. There will be some problems in the transitional period, but we've already talked about it. To sum up, a vehicle, well, you need to get used to the fact that a vehicle would be part of a global IT network. It already is, and it's going to be a key element of the Internet of Things. Data. We've already talked about data, and that there are a lot of data when you design a car. So if you have perception and you want to make it better, you want to increase its capacities, you add sensors, and that leads to exponential growth of data. During the panel, someone said that we have petabytes already of data. And it's true. Several years ago, we were implementing a project which required 30 petabytes of data. It's hard to imagine, but you can illustrate it by an example. If you were to take 30 petabytes and put it on DVD, I don't know if whether you still remember about DVDs, they had 47 gigabyte capacity. You would need 8 million DVDs. And if you were to put one on the other, the height of such stack would be more than 16 times the Eiffel Tower. If you were to take 30 petabytes and put them on a small pens, we would have 10,000 such hard disks. And a stack of those hard disks would be the size or the height of the Eiffel Tower. So these are huge numbers of data that we have to get used to. And we have to work out some good methods how to process them effectively. So, as I said, these are big sets of data, big data. So it's not just big data in terms of volume, but also it's variable data. So another factor, big data. If we want to process data effectively, classical processing and data analysis methods do not really work. So there is no other possibility for us but to adapt and to use AI in cars. There is no turning back on this technology because there's so much data that we can't cope with the right interpretation of data. So big data and artificial intelligence. So safety is based on perception. Perception is done by software. Software is related to processing a lot of data. And You cannot do it without advanced methods based on artificial intelligence. There is one more important factor that connects all the remaining ones. The whole system has to be verified in one way or another. So, formally, we have to confirm that the vehicle is safe. We cannot just say that our system is safe. We have to prove that. And it would be best to use some mathematical solution. This is one of the things we have to do. Safety has to be confirmed formally. How is it done? There's only one method, by means of testing. In the Krakow Technical Center, and these things, in particular testing, has been dealt with by more than 25 years. We have 25 years of experience in this area, more than 5,000 employees and engineers working on all of those things. So just a few more words about testing. Why is it important? Well, testing allows us to define the quality, reliability, and safety of the system. Coming back to the main factor, why we are designing autonomous cars. Well, we want to replace men with software, and software has to be tested because software is decisive for safety. But as we know, every software contains errors. So it's the truth. And in order to detect errors and to correct them, we need to test the product. In order to imagine this, you can make a simple calculation how many errors there are in the system. And generally speaking, the most reliable IT system in terms of the amount of errors is Linux core. Linux core is considered to be the best tested and checked system. I don't know whether you've been using Unix or Linux, but this is core of operating systems. So we have per 1,000 lines of code, 0.17 errors. But what does it mean, 0.17? But you can calculate that 17 errors into per 100,000 lines of code. Now, coming back to autonomous cars, where we have 1 billion lines of codes, and if you calculate that in an optimistic case, in an autonomous car, you can have 170,000 errors in this optimistic case. And the question is whether 170,000 errors is acceptable or is it not. That's why it's so easy to test. So not only to test cars, but also to test a dedicated on dedicated test tracks, starting with unit systemic acceptance tests and tests that we are talking about here and that the Krakow Center specializes in. It's something we have to intensify, something that has to start, and it has to go on throughout the whole process. Tests have to be done on different levels, on roads. We can do tests on roads as well, but they are, well, this is not sufficient because we have to have the possibility of simulating in a controlled way potentially hazardous situations, and it's difficult to generate such situations in public traffic. So the trucks serve this purpose, and such a truck was developed last year. It's called Smart Truck, and this is not an accidental name because we have to have the possibility of flexible development of test scenarios. And there's one more thing. The amount of potential situations on the road is practically never ending. So, in fact, it's not possible by definition to record all possible scenarios. Even if we drive cars for 100 years, it's not feasible. There's always going to be something which we didn't manage to register. Our experts from other centers that deal with autonomous cars once said that from point of view of reliability or safety of autonomous cars, what is the most important? The most important test cases are or have a zero chance of happening. And I would like to encourage you to think about this statement. So there are a lot of challenges. And if you wanted to find out in practice how we cope with those challenges, we have some experts here, Agnieszka Szymańska, Lidia Kowal-Żelazny, and the Chief Test Engineer Dobromir Nowak, who are at your disposal if you wanted to see how we are coping, how we are testing. I encourage you to participate. And this is a short video showing you our test track, our smart track. And thank you for your attention. I'm happy to talk to you at our stand. Yes, we will have the opportunity to talk to each other during the break. But before the break, we have a foreign speaker who will talk about software and electric architecture, how they increase functionality. Andrea Conti from EVL List. Welcome.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and also from my side, welcome. I'm talking English and not Polish, so apology for that. From my perspective, Andrea Conti is my name. I'm responsible for the ADAS and IT business development activity globally from the AVL perspective, and today I brought some insights towards our development capabilities in direction of L3, especially from the software and the e-architecture. But before I'm jumping into the presentation, let me give a short overview about the agenda and the points that I'm going to touch upon first, and also jumping in the introduction of the company. I don't know if you all are aware about the AVL as such, so let me use some couple of minutes to talk about the company as such. So we are an engineering company based in Austria, in Graz. The headquarters is having roughly 5,000 out of the 12,000 employees, and some of those, of course, are helping our customers in the engineering domain, in the ADAS domain, in order to bring solution on the road, as we have seen not only from the software perspective, but also from the hardware perspective. And we are having an international footprint because we have to help our clients also there where they are located within the automotive field. What are we doing completely in the ADAS and ID domain? We are starting from the system development. This means we are starting on the very upper left side of the V-cycles. This means the system definition. This means also which kind of hardware should be integrated, so sensoric functions, software architecture, and EE should be deployed in the modern vehicles when we are going towards the level 3 functionalities. And we are also talking about and helping our clients towards the level 3 deployment of software, especially the application software, not the low-level software, which is normally in the domain of the component suppliers. And we are also helping them to bring those products into their vehicles and testing those on proving ground as well as on public roads from our perspective, with our engineers and our capabilities. Now, I just wanted to touch upon one important aspect that we as AVL, we are seen as the facilitator of enhancing the comfort and especially the transparency of the features development when we are going towards level 3 and level 4 activities or features. The model-based system engineering is actually a methodology in where you can decomposite the function as such, especially the software, but also hardware and the relevant legislation requirements. And going towards the decomposition of those is giving you the chance to increase the transparency of such a functions on your system, right? So this means that once you're having the composition of the requirements for each and every features, you are also able, through the transparency, to derive, for instance, the actual safety requirements, which are very important, as we have seen also in the previous presentation, but also we are generating a link towards the automated testing execution later on, and therefore bring a shorter time to market for the product that we are bringing on the road. And how it is working is practically, in fact, we are getting the requirement out of the market, out of the customer, out of the software, out of the components, and we are just injecting all those aspects into a SysML models in the decomposition of each and every of those features, and generating somewhat in a SysML environment a model that can interactive be used for the tracking, for instance, of families of components, as well as for the programs development for different platforms, and verify in case you are going to change some functions, or you are adapting your software, or you are using a different controller or a different sensor, you can also verify how these are the implications on the entire system from that perspective. Towards the software, one important aspect we have already heard from the from the previous presentation is, of course, also to bring a reliable software on the market, a software which is not having any bugs, and which is, of course, having the possibility to gain the trust of the driver sitting in the car, especially when it goes into L3 and L4, in where the driver cannot be always in the position of driving. And from that perspective, it is important that you are having an open platform for the deployment of the software, because the software can also be deployed from third parties in case of need. And this also have to fulfill the quality standards and process standards, such as eSPICE or CMMI, for such functionalities. And also the agile methods that you can deploy, especially when you are going towards scenario deployment of features. It is very important, because the team members are going to get into the software development, the more is the interaction that you can gain into the team and towards the communication with the clients. From that perspective, one aspect that can be used for the development of such a level 3 platform is an architecture which is based on the principle of sense, plan, and act, that you can see also here in the middle of these slides. So the inputs from the different sensors can be gained into the system, the requirement can be deployed, the software can use the information of the sensors in order to bring it into the architecture, and then of course you're using this information to leverage the lateral and longitudinal maneuvers that are going to be then deployed for the actuators. So these kinds of things are going, of course, to be expanded in the next years, because the functionality is increasing, and therefore it is important from that perspective that you are gaining also a continuous integration and continuous deployment of functionalities when you're talking about software. The motto should be, in this case, fail often, fail first, so that you are going to rest all the bugs that you are getting into the software as soon as possible, and therefore use different and multiple releases in order to correct those and reduce the time to market. And this is also a possibility that you have while you are deploying level 3 or level 4 features to bring also control units on the vehicle as such. Towards the EE architecture, well, the EE architecture is having a lot of points which should be considered. We are now facing a kind of a transitions between increasing amount of control units, increasing amount of connection. We have seen also the topic of the connectivity, but also the safety aspects are increasing dramatically. So therefore, the challenge is to have an EE architecture that is able to master the increase of features and functionalities, and also to be able to master those challenges right after the product or the vehicle is on the road, is having a major important for the clients that we are contacting with. Therefore, we are having at the moment, from our perspective, 3 different EE architecture that we are seeing and experiences on modern vehicle. We are coming from a distributed one in which each and every control unit is having a specific functionalities to be solved, and we are going towards from that domain from that areas in the domain-related architecture. The domain-related architecture is an architecture that is allowing you to consolidate, of course, the functionalities of such and others, for instance, features, and bring, of course, certain advantages toward the software over-the-air updates, for instance, as well as the reduction of complexity in terms of wiring and in terms of hardware. And what we are looking ahead, especially when we are going toward level 4, is a kind of a server and zone related architecture, in where, of course, the zone are having the particularity that they are served by high-performance computing. This means that they are handling different functionalities on different areas of the vehicles, and they can be updated in case of need if, of course, the end customer is going to request additional features, for instance, through a software update. From our perspective, we see this transient of EE architecture in 3 different steps. The first one, of course, is going toward 2025. Some of the clients are already deploying the domain controller, so the domain controller architecture, but some of those, they are already going towards the controller plus the server one. This means that they are going also to deploy some functionalities respecting to the connectivity, also in the cloud, and use perhaps in 2013 the full scale of capabilities when we are going towards one brain, as the functionalities can also run in a server, in a backend, in case of need. Now, just let me summarize a bit the points that I have touched upon. First of all, the model-based system engineering as one enabler to bring you the transparency for a feature development, especially toward level 3 and level 4, and bring, of course, the freedom and the comfort to see in each and every stage of your development if changes are going to be required in the software or in the hardware, what is going to be the effect on the system as such as a complex. The second point is the software-defined vehicle. This means the software architecture that are allowing you to make also changes not only in the vehicle while you are developing those, but also to enhance the functionality later on via software over-the-air updates. And the third point that I've touched upon is, of course, the EE architecture that is, again, the backbone for those kind of development when we are going towards vehicles on the road later on. But of course, this is just a part of the journey that we are facing now. There are some challenges, as we have also heard previously, that still needs to be mastered and still need to be tested, still need to be deployed. And that's the reason why when we're going towards level 3 and especially level 4, we are also interacting with an operational design domain which is going to extend its purpose as such in order to be able to gain us the drivability that we are used for. This means we are moving from the highway to the city driving, so this means complex scenarios in where the vehicle have to manage how to navigate between the city center, for instance, from low speed to high speed, So you have recognized that, for instance, the ALKS homologation from the Daimler was up to 60 km/h. So just to go now over the next step and go toward 120 or 160 km/h is the next challenge that has to be mastered, especially from the legal perspective. From country-specific into global, also because in here the different regulation between the three different continents, so Asia, Europe and America, are going to be also have to be mastered at the moment in different way, but probably will be unified later on, especially when it turns into the connectivity. From defined environment to complex environment, this means from sunny to snow. Also here, the deterioration of the sensor in the vehicle will play also a major role in that, because you have also to guarantee that the functionality from the safety perspective is going to be also achieved after 20, 30, 40, or 50,000 kilometers on the road. Also for these kind of things, testing is one appropriate methods to gain that. And of course, from simple maneuver into complex maneuver when it goes into, for instance, valet parking or such kind of functionalities, when you have also to interact with the infrastructure in case of need. And of course, last but not least, also the connectivity, which again is just a channel that you can use in order to enhance the features and bring, of course, additional benefit, additional comfort to the driver driving the vehicles. Because at the end of the day, we have to be able to move around, to be the vehicles we are driving also later on in an environment that is safe, that is sustainable, and that is, of course, high quality in terms of mobility. And with this, I am at the end of the presentation. Of course, I'm here for questions and on stage, and of course also offline in case of need. Thank you.
Q&A session later on, so we invite you to ask questions also later on. And now, solutions for autonomous minibus and autonomy manager, and Mr. Wójcik, director for technology in the same company. Good morning, everyone. Łukasz Wójcik. I'm the technology director in Bliss. Together with Michał, that works for autonomous systems that we cooperate with in the system, we will tell you about autonomy in public transport. So shortly, how are we going to do that? First, the first part of the presentation belongs to me. I will tell you who we are, what are our objectives, what is the vision of transport of the future, what elements comprise this ecosystem, and then Michał, as an expert, will tell you what aspects of autonomy we are using in our system. BIS company is a Polish company with Polish capital. Our seat is in Gliwice. Our objective is to create autonomous minibus from A to Z. So construction, mechanics, electrics, electronics, even software is created by us. Why have we decided to build it? We want less situations like on the left, where people are using private cars for transportation, and more examples like on the right, where more people use public transport. Public transport right now is not perfect, so we see the consequences that when people want to do something, they cause smoke, and they need parking spaces, so the land is also consumed. We believe that it's not necessary, it can be changed, and what we do in Bliss reflects this quotation by Bogota mayor. A developed country is not a place where the poor have cars, but where the rich ride public transportation. And this is exactly that we want to achieve. Independently from social status, the natural choice would be the public transport. How to do it? In our opinion, this missing element is the autonomous minibus. Let's imagine the situation that someone is at home. We need to do something in the city center. We take our smartphone, we use the app, we click where we want to go. The system confirms the ride. In several minutes, we are in a specific place. The autonomous minibus comes over without the driver, and passengers going in the same direction, and we can safely and comfortably get to the city center. We don't need to worry about the parking spot, and we go to deal with our issues, and the vehicle is going to execute next tasks. So that might be the transportation of the future. Why do I think it can change the situation, improve the situation? It was improved that we don't have professional drivers, so it's more and more difficult to provide labor force to provide this classical public transport. Another issue, this is autonomous, so the driver is not here, so there is no cost of the driver. Operational costs get down. That's why self-governments, which always have limited budget, will be able to provide more transportation, more vehicles, and provide the transportation more effectively. If we add that this transportation can be intelligent, so without the timeline, but by adapting to specific demand, it might turn out that with smaller fleet, we are able to satisfy the needs of the citizens. That's also the benefit for the passengers, that we can get everywhere super quickly without unnecessary waste of time. In our company, we understand that a vehicle is not enough. Yes, we're working on it, but we also know that public transportation requires additional systems. Let me provide the details. The first element is the transportation on demand. The second element is the remote operator, active video monitoring, passenger information system, and autonomy level 4. When it comes to transportation on demand, it's a system that collects demand from the citizens, understands the data, and then provides the data to the user and establishes the most optimal route to deliver and provide transportation to everyone. So what distinguishes us, we are trying to share the rights as much as possible. This system functions already in one city in Poland. The one implemented has been functioning for a year. It's doing great. It's with the classical minibus, but this ride is already optimized, so there's no constant timeline. We are waiting for the demand, and in the future we are planning to substitute the minibus with a driver with autonomous minibus. Another element of the system is the remote controller that supervises a group of vehicles. It's able to provide or satisfy unusual situations and take over even the control over the vehicle. Additionally, the system that supports the remote operator is video monitoring. It's part of the system that analyzes the video. One of the functionalities of the system is that it analyzes how many seats are occupied to optimize the possibilities of providing rides. We know how it looks like in case of special places like places for kids or wheelchairs, if there is still the possibility to provide those. Another part of the functionality is detection of dangerous situation and providing some updates to the operator, so alarming live, so the operator can react quickly and the safety improves. Another element is the environment interaction system. We are dealing with a very modern minibus and we focus very much on the design to have it prepared for the 21st century. We have a lot of screens inside and outside, a lot of microphones, and we want to use it. So we're not just focusing on classical ways of communication. We are going ahead. We're trying to be very modern and show a lot of content interesting for the passengers. And autonomous system, I've asked Michał from Autonomous Systems that we cooperate with to tell us a bit more in autonomous aspect of this vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve our business objectives, so reduction of costs of the driver, we have no other choice. According to the chart level, we need to achieve the level 4. That's the first level that allows for using the vehicle without a driver on the long run. With those 6 levels, of course, the first 3 are just the level of assistance. Level 3 allows the driver to rest for the second, and level 4 to give up all the instruments to up to minimum, because then the vehicle only requires partial intervention of the operator in crisis situation. It might be also done remotely. So level 4, we don't plan level 5. When it comes to perception, just to remind you, we basically rely on sensors operating with laser, accelerometers, laser meters, and GPS from several satellites. So that allows us to actively perform acquisition of data. We've just talked about DD, so defined an environment in which autonomous vehicles can move around thanks to different sensors and redundancy of those sensors. We are able to drive in difficult environments in different atmospheric conditions. It's very important to merge data from different sensors. Let's imagine an autonomous vehicle with a target ahead, and it needs to operate on different sensors, which are its eyes. So it's using cameras to detect objects. It uses radars to detect. However, radars, of course, have some weak points. They are not precise in the environment comprising from many metal elements. There are many reflections. That's why we implement redundancy in the form of radars and the cameras in different on the sides of the vehicle, and that allows us to operate safely, acquire data, and drive the vehicle. Here we can see an interesting example. Last year we had a project with the bus hub in Jaworzno. We have entered the automatization of the vehicle maintenance system. Here you can see two signals. The first one is the location in green. This is the location based on the cloud of points. Its precision of 2-3 centimeters, and the second location is based only of GNN and GNNS from different satellites, and this is case without RTK support. So we can see a huge difference in perception, so in data acquisition from the environment, and now there's a difference of several meters when it comes to positioning.
And this is critical if we are talking about participation in road traffic. Certain systems have their flaws and benefits. GNSS is very precise in an open environment, while a LiDAR system will not help us precisely locate because it doesn't have any specific points here. But in the case of systems which don't have access to satellites, for example, in tunnels or under wet trees, the signal from the satellite is useless. And now when it comes to our Oblisa vehicle, we created an architecture of sensors, and we use 3 sensors: LiDAR, radar and camera, plus gyroscopes, accelerometer, and so on and so forth. And now when it comes to LiDAR, we mainly use them for location, for perception of identifying obstacles. On every wall, we will have a classical mechanical LiDAR, but its axis is a little turned. It's not upwards, but it's an x-axis. As a result, we have a more precise reading in shorter distances, and these LiDARs will be used for middle range, so not too long distances, and it gives quite good results. We will have new generation LiDARs, solid state, and depending on the facility, on the object, they allow us for a reading of 150 meters before the vehicle. Height 2 meters 80 centimeters, which will allow us to observe the environment. Cameras. When it comes to cameras, we have 3 types of cameras. One is a bird view, which will be useful for a local and remote operator in the case of difficult maneuvers, for example, entering the bus bay where there are a lot of people. And there is a system of cameras that imitate a rear view mirror, typically planned and designed for an operator, and a system of classical cameras that support the autonomous function. System of radars. There are going to be 4 radars. What is interesting, we want to use them independently. We want to have a safety loop system which will secure the vehicle electrically and in terms of software. It will allow the vehicle to stop in case of emergency or in case of error or a difficult situation when there is no power. The system will always work. And why as many as 4? 2 radars in the front for redundancy. Radars have certain limitations. We want to limit the number of false positives in this case, and long range signal and a radar in the back. Now we decided to place sensors on dedicated aisles, and it has its benefits. You can potentially change it because the sensors have been developing very dynamically. Every 2 or 3 years we have new generations of sensors, so we don't have to change the design of the vehicle, adapting it to new sensors. and maybe about new generation of solid state solution. This is an interesting idea, and I hope this is a solution to a certain flaw of this architecture of sensors. It may not be optimal in terms of costs today, but the benefit of solid state LiDARs is that they are supposed to be mass produced. So the price will fall down very strongly in the years to come. That's why we want to use them. They do not contain mechanical parts, they are more reliable, and they have slightly different parameters. So they have rear view, they are able to have a field of view. They have a field of view, 120 degrees, and they allow us for a more precise reading. This is an example of a cloud of points of our test track. This is a closed area around our building in Gliwice, in the city of Gliwice, where we can test cars. And this is an HD map that we developed. Based on this map, we are able to make a precise location, identify a precise location. And last but not least, before implementing every algorithm on the test area, we have a minibus, a test vehicle, not yet belonging to us. We test everything in simulation. We created our own profile in the simulator where we have our own vehicle with all the physical features, and we are able to simulate weather conditions, traffic, and stuff like that. And this is useful to test how the vehicle behaves, and it's useful to select the suspension and the different elements of the suspension. Well, actually, this is it, Łukasz. I don't think we talked about timing, because it's quite important. So several days ago, the first prototype arrived in Gliwice, and we are going to test it. And the plan is, just like the minister said at the very beginning, that in 2023 we will have ready-made vehicles on our track. Thank you. One more lecture, last but not least, on this panel, effective control of ETOL system and Vitronic. So ETOL and Vitronic, effective control of correctness of payment, of correct payment, ETOL, sales management. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the one who is going to make your coffee break a bit shorter, but I'll try to do it as quickly as possible and talk to you about our implementation. And I wanted to say that I'm very proud that as Vitronic we can talk to you about this. And in my opinion, this is an inevitable future of our industry of mobility. My lecture touches upon several areas. On the one hand, I am going to talk about ITS, about smart city, and at the same time I am going to talk about process automation, because today we've been talking a lot about car or vehicle autonomy, but the vehicle itself is a place of work. I'm not only talking about drivers, but for example, police officers who have to carry out a whole range of activities, and how these activities can be carried out efficiently. First of all, let me start by saying something about our company. We've been on the market for 40 years. We are present on 4 continents. And when it comes to automotive industry, because this is our topic today, we use vision technologies and laser technologies in order to control the quality of welding. And similar solutions are used in logistics. We offer solutions to big courier companies. We deliver solutions in the area of sorting and weighing of packagings. And the biggest area where we are active are intelligent transport systems that are based on detection of vehicles on what's on the move, and we have 3 main elements. Tolling, that's one thing that I want to talk to you about. Control of road traffic, control of speed, which is also an interesting topic in the context of we were talking about how vehicles are autonomous and how you cope with legal limitations. And the third pillar is automatic recognition of number plates. So something that brings all of those areas together. So the implementation that you are facing on a day-to-day basis, because some of you may have arrived here using toll highways, and this solution collects data on the move. And each time, such a package of data comprises several basic elements and processes. So, for example, first of all, we have to detect such a vehicle, and I agree fully with the previous speakers who said that both radars as well as lasers have their benefits as well as their limitations, and both kinds of sensors can be used in a complementary way. And the problem is with identification of vehicle. So when the vehicle enters the field of view of the system, it's tracked, it's identified, it's classified, and finally the number plates are read and data is collected. And the data that is then set wirelessly in real time to a customer server, to back office, where data can be further processed. So the solution that you can see on our stand, it's enforcement bug, and it's sort of a standard solution used by numerous police officers to implement their day-to-day tasks. But we complemented it with a whole range of components which allow us to make it a fully automatic system for scanning number plates of vehicles that are on the move, on the neighboring lane, or in front of or behind the patrol vehicle. And all those elements, so an industrial computer, cameras, light, and using near infrared, and extra detectors, LiDAR or radar, it was all integrated inside. You can see it on the first glance, but everything that's inside makes the system automatic and user-friendly. So it allows you to use a lot of functionalities. The ergonomy is not limited. So comfort of work is bigger, and second of all, the car can be equipped with different other elements that are necessary. Number plate recognition is one of numerous steps, because we have control of how a toll was paid correctly, whether it was paid correctly. You can use the system to check whether the vehicle had the right to enter, for example, the pure air zone or the city center or any other zone with limited traffic. If it turns out that the vehicle was stolen or lost, or a given plate number was for some reason interesting to police, the operator would be informed about it right away. And to give you an example, radar solution, laser technology is also available. It was the first one that we were able to select here. And in the case of a radar solution, we have registration on all sides, in the front, in the back, and on the side. But we put this data together in a single data package. So at the end of the process, there is a data package containing matched image from the front and from the back, because a registration plate can be different in the front. For example, in case of sets of vehicles, the number is always different. And here you can see 3 lanes covered by this solution, and when you use a laser and 2 cameras, you can cover up to 5 lanes in this configuration. ANPR also think that we implement, and I'm not going to dwell on that too long because we are focusing on mobility, but just to signalize that this is also an element of control. So cameras are located in the tolling stations, where you are used to take a ticket, or where you are paying the toll, and also complements which are located on gauges. So just to check whether the payment was made and whether the amount was correct. So this is a modular solution. We can multiply it and scan it regardless on the number of lanes. And just like in the case of enforcement barb, we wanted to integrate all of those components into a single compact solution where we have ANPR camera and as a light system which uses a near infrared. And those 3 most important components that I mentioned, all of that comprises a control module which we implemented at the Ministry of Finance within the framework of e-toll. So our technology doesn't really start when you pay or when you use the app, but it starts when you're traveling, when you travel on those roads. And when it's necessary to identify whether the payment was made. We all know that such systems, in order for them to be effective, they have to be tight. And tightness is the outcome or translates into the amount of payments, and that translates into maintenance of the infrastructure. So, like I said, there are several possibilities here, and the pictures that you see here, that's a mobile office that we implemented together with our solution on this is implemented on the roof, and in order to correctly read the number plates and to carry out detection, we need to have the right angle. So the camera has to be able to see the right area of where the vehicles are moving. And if this pin was located in the middle, then the vehicle would not have no full field of vision. So we are using 2 beams here, and it's worth pointing out that still, in spite of the fact that ANPR technology is used there, it's all very functional. So all features that this beam has, light signalization, possibility of integrating sound, and audio system, everything that the police or national treasury administration need, all this is fully functional. And the most, in my opinion, the most important element is efficiency. I mentioned tightness, and when it comes to operating in the conditions of true traffic, we can brag that we are able to read number plates, 99% of number plates. And regardless of whether it's day or night, practically independently of the weather conditions. So that is why, well, I don't know whether we will be able to accomplish 100% after all. It's a device which is based on certain algorithms that we keep developing. And it's based on neural networks, and it's continuously developed. But we are, yes, quite close to the end of our capacities here. And this is the solution that you can see on our stand. Apart from this beam inside, there's just a tablet with information about the vehicles that are on the move. So the user has full access to information which is registered by the system. So if it discovers or detects that the system is or the vehicle is searched, there will be short information on the monitor. And when it comes to the control module in ETOL, and this is this is our element of the new system that works on A2 and A4 section, not along the whole length, but on the section managed by the General Directorate for Roads and Highways. And this is also a gantry that reads plates.
And we can distinguish 15 classes. And we have also recognition of plates concerning ADR commodities. Just to sum up and to finish, we're trying to have this solution as modular as possible, to use many components, because that impacts the limitation of costs of implementation, is scalable, and for us it's also easier to be implemented whenever we have components, including modules that can be applied in different ways of all types of implementation. And the last slide, just to show you that in this world of systems, we've been existing for 20 years already, not only in Europe. When it comes to toll collect systems, we've been enforcement module and tool collect modules. Just to sum up, we have the Polish system, but I'm convinced that the farther we proceed towards green ecological transport, green logistics, autonomous solutions, the more we move the car transportation from outside of the city centers, the more un-NPR systems we will need. Thank you so much. That's everything on my side. I encourage you to ask questions and reach out. And now I think the well-deserved coffee break. Thank you so much. Yes, that's the moment for the coffee break. We will meet here at 3:15, and then we will discuss the technical aspects and the discussion about it. Thank you so much. In the second part of the conference, the last part of the conference, and we will discuss the legislation among others, because implementation of autonomous transportation requires changes in the legislation, and this is the next panel of this year's conference. Is there anyone joining? I hope someone will join us. So, formal legislative and technical challenges of implementation of autonomous vehicles in Poland. Before we proceed to the discussion panel, formal introductory paper, amendment of legal acts in the context of the results of the AVPL road project, and summary of the results of the legislative workshop with representatives of entrepreneurs in the automotive field. I'm so happy to reach the moment when we need to discuss how are we going to get prepared formally when it comes to implementation of automatization in Poland. We've been working on it for years, so we've already managed to get some knowledge about that. Just allow me to provide an overview of the main conclusions we've reached. I'm not going to present the details of legislation or legal solutions because it would consume much more time than the 15 minutes that is foreseen for my presentation. However, I will try to address all the significant elements that shall be regulated shortly, and also refer to some specific provisions. And then we'll have a chance to enjoy the panel discussion and explain some details. This is the summary and some context. Everything that we think about and what we do when it comes to the change of the law is based on the basic and comprehensive analysis related not only to the Polish legislation, although this is the most important, so analysis of provisions in Poland that need to be amended in Poland to allow autonomous vehicles to legally participate in and drive around Poland, and the passengers and drivers would feel safely. We've also investigated the legislation of many more advanced countries in this process. International law is one of the most critical elements. The Vienna Convention is trying to change in that field. We've been also investigating the EU law that has a direct impact on what is happening in Poland. We have researched the public opinion, I've already mentioned that, and let's not address what we've already discussed. However, the public opinion has own opinion concerning the gaps or concerns with the fact that we are missing some regulations. Based on all that, in the framework of the consortium, we have developed an offer that was discussed in May during the legislation workshops with the stakeholders, which allowed us to construct an offer, legal offer, which currently is being the subject of analysis in the Ministry of the Infrastructure. Conclusions that we have from all our research. The law that needs to be changed is very comprehensive, many aspects, many domains, different areas of regulation need to be addressed. or reanalyzed. However, the absolute necessity here and now is to unlock the possibility of conducting tests in line with the provisions and under its supervision. So, in fact, in a safe manner. So, an update of the Act on traffic, road traffic, and now we have a number of provisions related to that fact, and in practice it does not provide for executions or providing tests or realization of tests as we would like to. So it's blocking some of the entrepreneurs in their research and testing activities. So unblocking of the process. The first issue, change of the definition of the autonomous vehicle or connected vehicle or automated vehicle. I'm sure we'll be discussing the terminology for a longer while, although in the project we have the dictionary of automatization. Apart from the definitions in different places, we will offer something at the very end of the process, but I'm sure it needs to be also reflected in the definition itself, in the provisions itself. We're thinking that at the very beginning, in the general part of the Act, in Article 2, involving definitions, introduce changes that would allow us for testing of automated vehicles and fully autonomous at the level from L3 to L5, because current provisions exclude such wide scope of testing. The second block of changes that we would like to implement, this is the one more thing. When it comes to the change of definition, this change of definition, if it takes place with the assumption as we planned, so reference to the direct homologation directive 2144 from 2019 that defines the automated vehicle and fully automated vehicle either with a separate definition or with reference only. It should allow us to cover also with the tests the transnational cooperation. We are thinking about implementation of specific article or provision that would talk about transnational tests. It's one of the elements that are necessary for testing of the vehicles as they function, because it's difficult to imagine that autonomous vehicles would drive only within the area of one country where they are registered. And now proceeding to the increase of safety of the process. That's the whole block of provisions, new provisions, and the ones changing Article 65L or N of the Road Traffic Act that provide for the responsibility of the organizer of tests. So one needs to refer to specific insurance, one needs to provide responsibility for the organizer for any event during the test or trial. And we should think about explicitly sanction performing tests without permit. So, in a way that would not allow for enforcing responsibility. So, precision of responsibilities of the organizer, this is one thing. Implementation of sanctions, this is number two. And also we are thinking that the organizer to be responsible for the communication with the entire environment where the tests are to take place. When it comes to the idea that should be maybe on the top of this slide, it's often addressed by the stakeholders, entities that are trying to test or are testing. So simplification of the procedure. Simplification of the procedure was one of the elements of starting those aspects. We will try to offer the closure of the catalog of data required to provide data. So that might be decreasing the safety of activity. 65L subsection 3 might be changed. We are thinking about unlocking the possibility of conducting tests through tests by vehicles previously registered. Now it is required to register vehicles professionally, which can be allocated to a vehicle which has not been registered previously, so equipped specifically, and it cannot be tested right now without the registration. It was revealed during at least one attempt of tests in Poland. What else? When it comes to simplification, one of the elements of the simplification that was imposed by us was the limitation of time for providing opinion by the entities like head of police. So opinion should be limited to 14 days when it comes to tests to avoid prolonging the process. We are also thinking about unblocking or creation, in this case, the possibility of testing for a specific period of time. So giving temporary or period-related permission, because building the idea for testing, precising, getting a permission, a lack of possibility of modifying the date or organizing similar date shortly is very difficult, because it should not be just one-time permit. That needs to be changed. However, in order to do it in a way that would be efficient versus all the other participants of the process, so not only facilitate life to the entrepreneurs, but also provide for maintaining control over the process and obtain all the knowledge based on this process, knowledge required to organize the process related to further actions aimed at introduction of the autonomous vehicles. We would like to create or dedicate to a unit in the area of Ministry of Transportation the function of National Coordinator of Tests. So we want to create this entity that would not be an official office, so wouldn't have all these procedural burdens of an office, but is not directly interested in specific tests. So would balance the interests, supports and assists the organizers, so contacts the regulatory environment and also gathers all the information, monitors the process, and in case of problems corrects everything, and coordinates the permits, verifies proper execution, and then obtains all the data necessary concerning the results of tests at the level required for further functioning of the administration. Those four elements, so change of definition, increase of safety, simplification of the procedure, and implementation of the national coordinator of tests, should shortly become the object of the legislative works. The initial draft is ready and shortly should be registered with in the agenda of the work of Council of Ministers and become the subject of a public debate shortly. This is the model of action, and this is how we want to proceed. In the discussions during the break, we've discussed the necessity of organizing next workshops as soon as possible together with the Institute of Road Transport and the Center of Competences, discuss the possibility that the workshops would be organized pretty soon, and then together with all the stakeholders we'll be able to have a dialogue concerning the legislation details of the process. As I said before, previous workshops and presentation of the provisions took half an hour at least. So we invite you to participate, and we'll be able to announce all the details, and hopefully this project will be proceeded. As I mentioned before, unblocking the tests is not enough, because here we've been doing a lot when it comes to the technology, what we're planning to do, what we want to do, what is on our roads, what will be driving on our roads. So we need to think about the future when it comes to implementation of automated vehicles and in the end automotive cars, based on hopefully results of more frequent tests and knowledge that we gain, based on subsequent analysis of technology that is evolving and changing. And this is how we want to analyze and implement and propose provisions that would facilitate the functioning to the drivers in real traffic. Legal system is one, but then the process, data protection, insurance process, maybe the penal code also need to be changed. Control of the traffic, these are the elements that will require change as well, amendments. This is the subsequent stage of work on the legislation in Poland in relation to implementation of the autonomous vehicles, because the EU is working on provisions related to that. Not only the homologation directive is in force here, but also regulation defining the autonomous vehicle should be introduced in 2 years or 1 year and a half. So it will also impact the Polish legislation and all the stakeholders. I think the changes in Polish legislation will require at least several fora to be discussed. One of those, and we have great hopes, is the cluster functioning at the competence center of autonomous and connected vehicles. And the second one might be hopefully some specific ministerial entity that would correlate ministries on one side to develop the solutions. It's a legislative process, and the key power also belongs to the institutions. It's the future, but I don't think it's that far from us. When we discuss the provisions of law, when we talk about regulations, should be concluded with ethics. Ethics in this area. As the point of reference, we treat the Code of Ethics of Automation that has been published 2 years ago by the European Commission. And let me provide a citation of 3 principles that are listed in the code. In our understanding, they should be fulfilled by all the players on the market to provide that we have one common objective. So producers, the duty of damage limitation and safe construction. So I encourage you to read the code to get more details. It is very well discussed. Of course, the point is here that what is released to the market to be verified in an objective manner and to be comparable. Of course, the issue of competition plays a great role, but we need to have transparent data for the final consumer. This principle needs to be analyzed while we produce the products. Administration, the code recommends something that what we are doing right now, so clear, responsible principles of testing of vehicles. And all the stakeholders, I've said that last year, but I would like to repeat that, all the stakeholders of the process should answer the question, to what extent can we extend we can accept autonomous vehicle in our daily life, and we should start answering this question because before this vehicle appears in our environment or in our use. Acceptance of a vehicle that takes decision. That's a question. If algorithms used by automated vehicle or autonomous vehicle should fulfill the provisions 100% or just adjust to the conditions on the road. And let's think about the mixed traffic situation. How should we behave safely to maintain the safety of the traffic when we deal with autonomous vehicles? And without further ado, to sum up, the objective of our activity is to improve mobility. That's the first objective. We want to provide a society of more convenient movement. Intervention of the state is to strike a balance on the market. So freedom of entrepreneurship and control. Legislation needs to be based on knowledge. We need that knowledge very much. The basis of any action is safety of traffic. That's the first principle that should be paramount, and the condition to make it happen is the cooperation of business, science, and academia and administration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please don't go away too far because you are one of the experts on the panel that's starting now. And this is a discussion panel, Autonomous Vehicles on the Polish Roads, Challenges in the Law, Infrastructure and Technology. Our moderator will be a director of the Institute of Core Transport, Professor Marcin Ślęzak. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have too much time, but we'll try to comment on the proposal that was presented. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have again Sławomir Lewandowski, Department of Transport Strategy, Ministry of Infrastructure. May I also invite Managing Director, Mr. Ben from Association of Distributors of Automotive Parts, Distributors and Producers of Automotive Parts, Rafał Zatorski, Director of the Engineering Center, ZF Group, and Tomasz Wierzchowski, Quality Director. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for agreeing to participate on the panel. Sławomir Lewandowski presented a concept, so I'm not going to ask you to comment on that. But I'd like to ask you to comment on what the others say. So first, let me ask Director Tomasz Bęben, Association of Distributors and Producers of Automotive Parts. If you could make a short assessment. This is just the general concept, but we talked about it during workshops, and we will be talking about it at others. But I'm addressing you, sir, because the association was a very active initiator of the changes, exercising pressure on us as executors of the project. And I have to say that it mobilized us to develop those concepts as soon as possible. So if you could make an evaluation. Professor, ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for the fact that you are again organizing a conference on this important topic. And I'm glad that after a while, intensive cooperation between the Ministry and the Institute, we were managed to work out some provisions that will support our Polish economy and the companies operating here. Safety is, of course, the most important on the Polish roads. So thank you for that. Thank you for a gigantic work. And I am quite jealous that you are going to keep doing it. Thank you, because you are discussing different things between the ministries. We will keep supporting you and your work. And now when it comes to the provisions that were discussed during legislation workshops, an important matter that we mentioned as SDCM is that now it's going to be possible to test vehicles that were previously registered. We know that starting from the 2019, there's been a problem with that. And I'm glad that this definition was proposed, and I know that it is reflected in the UN provisions. So the separation between those levels of autonomization is really important. So what you mentioned, that you intuitively assume that there are going to be different requirements for level 1 and 2 and different requirements for higher levels. So here too, and apologies for my phone. And I hope that as you apply the provisions, the state administration and all entities that deal with this topic will be respecting it. And I think it's a good idea that the national coordinator of tests will be functioning. A small footnote here. It will be good provided that he makes cooperation with public administration simpler. This is a big benefit, I think, and we need to create such a thing, probably inside an organization, such as ITS. So a coordinator who will be explaining to other public administration bodies what autonomic solutions are and how to approach them. All of us sitting on the stage, we understand that autonomic solutions are demonized. And what different companies like ZF do and propose, these are solutions that will have impact on safety on the Polish roads. And some headlines that Tesla killed a woman several years ago on the street. This is not a representative example, because there are some 3,500 people dying on the Polish roads. These are huge tragedies, and thanks to our work, we can avoid those tragedies. And please bear in mind that the economic dimension is also very important. So I think this is it from me. I press for time, so let me give the floor to others as well. Thank you. Thank you for your self-discipline. Indeed, we are a little pressed for time. In this presentation, we talked about a new solution, about a new entity, National Test Coordinator. And this is a question to you, Director Rafał Zapałowski. What do you think? What should be the role of such a national coordinator? Should it be like an official who reports to a supervision authority, or should this entity be rather on the side of users? So, like a spokesperson of businesses, supporting businesses, because to some officials, certain tests may cause some reservations. So the decisions may be postponed, or decisions may turn out to be negative. So what do you think? If you look at this proposal, and in particular implementation of a national coordinator of tests, and whether such a national coordinator can have influence on research and development process, and how far should he be a controller of the process? Hello, Professor. Welcome, everyone. Well, as Professor, you've already mentioned, I represent ZF company. We did not make a detailed presentation about our company. We are one of global leaders when it comes to safety systems that we've been designing and implementing for producers all over the world. We do this also in Poland. For example, we have 1,600 engineers who have been working on ADS systems, and these systems are L2 up to L4 systems. And I'm glad that I was invited today and that we are having this discussion, because we're working on the solutions, as Tomasz has said. And I really liked what Sławek said, that we all should have a single goal. And this is so important. This is in the interest of state, in the interest of the institute and producer. The law and that we want to adapt and modify should be flexible enough to make sure, and there is no doubt here, to make sure that it will provide safety, also with regard to new systems, but it will allow us to implement projects rather than paralyze our projects. And for example, if we develop L2 projects, our centers have been operating for 17 years. We've had so much experience that we've been developing full projects from the concept through to tests and validations, and other things, L4 things that we could do because we have the competencies and engineers. Because of the law, we are blocked. So that's why the idea of cooperation, workshops, sharing experiences is very precious. And I think this is what we should continue to adapt the law to make it flexible. Coming back to your proposal, to the proposal of the coordinator, I would like this to be an ambassador. I would like this to be a person who supports business, who helps us deal with all of the formalities, and there are a lot of formalities, to make sure we can implement projects and implement systems. And if the Polish law allows us to do this, if we have the right institutions, the projects will arrive in Poland and not elsewhere. Thank you so much for your opinion. And it's true. I think that what is most important is that those changes in law are supposed to unblock the possibility of testing, and that's the essence of those proposals. And the rest are coordinating measures that determine certain scope of responsibilities. I was wondering whether implementing such a coordinator would be supported by you, or on the contrary. Maybe a coordinator would be one more unit that will be an obstacle to your business. But I'm actually glad to hear that you expect this coordinator to be an ambassador. Such a coordinator would take over a lot of cumbersome procedural duties. So in this concept that we presented, this is also how we see it. Okay, now a question to Director Tomasz Wierzchowski. How do you see that? Could you comment on that? And when it comes to access to information, well, in order to supervise the process of testing, the national coordinator of tests should have access here. So where is this pain threshold for you? Of course, it can be subject to confidentiality agreements. I agree, this is a sensitive area. Know-how, innovations, foreign contracts, it's not easy. But maybe based on your practice, you could tell us. Well, but anyway, the first general question is, how do you assess the proposal? Hello. I am very favorable about these proposals because they will facilitate and unblock the possibility of testing. Right now, this is our biggest obstacle, and facilitating tests will result to the development of technologies. Technologies will be implemented in Poland more often. And now when it comes to the coordinator, well, it's important for the coordinator to be promoting, showing good practices related to implementation. So a coordinator should be able to show, yes, these are the rules that we follow. He's the guide of quality and safety to make sure it's all in line to top safety standards. But on the other hand, such a coordinator should enable employers and businesses do their business. So this is how I see it. Thank you so much. So in fact, finding the right balance will be the most difficult. This is also the topic of the next workshops. Once we discuss the details, probably there will be some discussions about other solutions. And I'm sure we will be using examples because we need to strike a balance. So on the one hand, there is high responsibility, which is very typical for US market. The flexibility is very big, but also there is a very big responsibility and insurance and stuff like that. Well, in Europe, we are rather focusing on not allowing rather than allowing and then focusing on liability and insurance. But our markets are different. But anyway, simply businesses need support here. Definitely, we don't need any more blockades. So let me ask Sławek Lewandowski, what's your take on it? Where do you think there should be more flexibility when it comes to access to information, for example? Yes, this is a big topic. And I'm sure it will be subject to a lively discussion. I would like to comment on one thing. I said it on several occasions, and let me repeat it again. In order to take reasonable decision, administration needs knowledge. I know it's a trivial thing, but we would like to go in this direction. So we assume that we will get enough knowledge about what's going on in the market, where the market is going, in order to adapt what is not working and to prepare things that should work alongside the development of technologies and at the same time implementing technologies in the country. On several occasions during this conference, you've mentioned that we have a problem, namely, we don't have a big automotive sector that would drive the development. In the countries where there is a big production and integration of all solutions, things are going smoothly. But we have such an area as infrastructure, and it needs to be adapted. And you said that today. Infrastructure as an indispensable element for highly automatic and autonomous vehicles. How do you adapt it if we don't know what solutions are implemented? If we don't know how the current infrastructure is responding to systems, or how perception systems respond to infrastructure? My favorite example includes yellow lanes on the road, which this is the best test for an autonomous vehicle, especially when those yellow lanes are damaged. But just jokes aside, so infrastructure needs we need information. We need to know what is needed. So knowledge that doesn't infringe competition. It is not our intention to regulate the market in order to decide what can be done or what can't be done. But we would like to find out something in order to do it better than in 2018 when the tests got blocked.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at my watch because I wouldn't like to prolong the panel. And I know that we are running out of time, but maybe you could allow me to ask, maybe you would like to supplement something or add something, maybe that there's something that you had on your mind and forgot. If I may, just 2 words. And the information that you would like to learn, I think the threshold of pain can be pretty low. But let's remember that everything depends on the companies that are going to test those vehicles. They have their own NDAs, their obligations, their standards. So it's good that you understand that those discussions might be quite lively. However, maybe the cluster that you have created, of course, after fulfilling all the compliance principles, will allow us to fulfill all the requirements, and then you as ITS and the ministry would know what is happening without all the details, because you have to know, and you probably know, that there are situations when such companies like ZF or Aptiv, they do not provide all the information even to their clients, even to the producers of vehicles. So you can imagine that they will not be that eager to share it with the others, taking under consideration internal standards and requirements. The cluster that you have created, and I encourage you to join, is a forum that would allow us to learn experiences, and that's great that you as the ministry, as ITS, look at the best experiences. You have it in the PwC report, and maybe it's worth looking at the solutions that are most um, concentrated on tests, because there's a number of countries that are competing with us. It's not an infinite number of companies that deal with tests. So if there's an information that you can't perform tests in Poland, or then that you need to share the sensitive information, might be another blocker, because we take off one blocker, so what happened in 2019, and shortly we would face another. And please remember that European countries are doing everything to attract companies. So we should avoid losing the competitive advantage, because there's a number of centers in Poland. So let's focus on keeping them here, just to explain that to you. Maybe not everyone knows what the blockade was. It concerned the fact that those need to be unregistered vehicles in Poland, so new vehicles. Now we perform tests on not on only new vehicles, but the ones that are supplemented. So this is the blockade. Of course, it's a great conclusion, and I think this is the task for the workshop, for discussion at meetings in the framework of the cluster, when to establish this threshold, because if it's too high, you'll be able to fulfill it, but the client would accept such a contract. So to strengthen the competitiveness of Polish economy, we need to be very careful. It will be one of the most important elements for discussion. So thank you for the participation, and let me finish this panel, and let me explain that all the discussions will be taking place in the new framework, and then we'll be able to have more access and dedicate more time to discussion and developing best solutions. Thank you so much for your participation, and see you during the next meeting of the cluster. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are on time, and now a 15-minute coffee break. And at 4:30, we meet you at the last of the panels within this conference concerning international initiatives with participation of Polish entities. Please be back at 4:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now take your seats, and this is the last panel. We are going to talk about international initiatives with the involvement of Polish companies. We have several lectures. The first one, a driver in an automatic vehicle, evaluation of behaviors and interactions in the situation of taking over control. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have the pleasure of talking to you about a very complicated, complex problem, but an interesting one as well. Interaction in the situation where a driver takes over control, and we talked about it on several occasions today. But let me start with the project in which we were carrying out the tests. Trustonomy, Horizon 2020, 17 partners from all over Europe, and it focuses on 6 axes. The first axis is evaluation of systems that assess the driver, condition of the driver. The second axis, man-machine interface assessment. The third one, also assessment and working out modern forms of trainings for drivers of automated vehicles. 4, evaluation of trust and methods of developing trust or regaining trust if lost. Fifth axis, supporting automatic planning of movement trajectory. And the final one that I will try to talk to you the most about, definition of intervention of the driver. And what is important is that on this project, this project covers all sorts of interactions between the driver and the vehicle. The studies that we carried out were carried out for L4 systems, highway chauffeur. And on top of that, drivers were subjected to extra distractors in the form of visual tasks that they had to perform while they were driving. What is the driver intervention performance assessment? So this starts with the moment when the driver receives a signal, RTI signal, till the moment when he's lane that he is driving in a stable way. The first assessment is whether the driver is there and tries to take actions to take over control. The second action is to test the speed of his response, which is key due to dynamic road situation. And the third part is measuring of objective and subjective measures, which indicate how well he took over control and whether he can continue the travel and the journey. And that's the key of the driver intervention performance assessment. And this is visualization of how it works in a simulation situation. When it comes to our participants, we had 86 participants, and we have sex parity or gender parity. We try to make sure that the population involved reflect the population of drivers in Poland. Also, when it comes to involvement in road accidents or evaluation of own skills, most people assess their skills positively, which is characteristic for drivers. They overestimate their skills. Everybody thinks they drive better than the remaining people. Also, formal assessment. So whether they had, or there were formal requirements, a category B driver's license, and lack of experience with the use of assistance systems, because these people shouldn't have earlier habits or experiences related to that. Now, first, driver state monitoring. Here we focused on the position of the driver, position of the head, and sight, whether the sight is focused on the road or whether the driver is trying to prepare to take over control. It was also related to driver availability that we had to assess before the driver touched the wheel, to check whether we could give them the control. And another important element involved HMI interfaces that have impact on how fast and when the driver would be realizing his or her tasks. We carried out a task assessment for 3 different interfaces, and we also mixed different modalities, not only a visual signal, but also sound and haptic signal on the chair. So some example outcomes show that even though the differences are not too big, but when it comes to intervention, we think intervention is highlighted red. So icons, if they are supposed to force us to act quickly, should be red. In evaluation of interface, we use 3 approaches. Subjective one, assessment of users, of how they understand and how they interpret visible symbols without knowing their actual meaning. Objective assessment, how quickly the control over the vehicle was taken over. And biometric analysis that you are able to see on the video related to musculoskeletal monitoring and ergonomic assessment of the position of the driver when he was taking over control. Moving on to the essence. Driver interface performance assessment. We used a whole range of data to do that. Data related to how quickly control was taken over and what was the reaction to the signal. Data related to our distance to other users of the road, where they were looking at and how their sight was fixed in individual zones, speed of driving, and status of controllers, whether they took over by moving the driving wheel or by braking. And the results show 6 attempts at taking over control. In attempt 1, time is a bit higher than in 4 other ones, because this was a situation number 1. And so drivers had to think longer about what they are supposed to do, even though they were trained. You can compare it to a real situation on the road. If you drive longer and using the automatic system, we will need more time to actually realize what we should do in a given situation, how to take over control, and how to behave safely. And other things show that automation of the there was automation of the process. Drivers were prepared to take over control. They spent less time to do that, and 1 second faster. It lasted 1 second faster. In the last case, a TI signal was released later to see whether drivers would take over control before the signal, or whether they would whether they had situational awareness or not. And the outcome shows clearly that they did fully trust, or even they trust too much in the system and they didn't pay attention to what was in front of them, even though the situation was similar to other situations. Their response was much slower, but the spread of the results is smaller. Less people in less amount of people, smaller group of people, it happened faster. So these people needed less than 7 seconds to do the maneuver before the minimum risk maneuver was triggered. So this is related to trust. Well, one could see that drivers trusted the system too much. This was one of the motives behind our project, to develop trust on the right level. So you shouldn't be mistrustful. Drivers should be using the systems, but there shouldn't be too much trust. So too much trust shouldn't result in the fact that the driver doesn't really pay attention to what they should pay attention to, thinking that the system would cope. It's also important from point of view of training. Even a short training, a 15-minute training, regardless of its form, improves how the driver treats those systems. They are more trustful and they are more willing to use those systems. But this may lead to too much trust, and this is an important motive in the training. So trainings that drivers will be undergoing or are undergoing should cover benefits related to the system, but also its technical part on how to perform certain activities cooperating with the system, but they should also cover limitations of the system. And our studies also revealed that training, especially more active training, for example, stimulated e-learning, allowed them to learn certain activities faster in the car. Of course, practical training was much more efficient, but comparable, in fact, to e-learning. After the training, after e-learning, drivers would pay more attention to limitations of the system, for example, related to dense fog, which made the system more limited. After the training, after e-learning and practical training, they most often responded. After just reading the manual or the instruction, it didn't happen as often. To sum up, technological changes that are happening have to be supported by means of training. Training that covers know-how about the systems, and this raises awareness among drivers and users when it comes to what different systems can do, how they operate, and also what is worth pointing out is that this know-how should be general know-how related to all systems, and it's best to unify the system in such a way that these systems operate similarly, so that once the driver learned, he or she shouldn't be she shouldn't have to learn those behaviors with other systems. Thank you for your attention, and I encourage you to visit the website of our project, Trustonomy, follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn, and have a nice conference. Thank you. And now over to Adam Sorobieraj, who is manager of Drive to the Future from the Polish Motor Union. And he's going to have another lecture on our blog. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our project that we developed, well, we developed it in Polish. We had some competition. My colleague was talking about the project that was running in parallel. So we had to fight for vehicles because our colleagues are stronger than us when it comes to experience. So a Polish motor union is rather associated with the Polish rally in Mazury region. If you still have time, you can buy the tickets and visit us. But my colleague, who worked a lot in the West, who then came to Poland, she brought this project to Poland, thinking we would have the same conditions as in the West. But we were actually fighting against COVID. The biggest problem, and it was said today, was the law bringing an autonomous vehicle. And next, in order to make it all happen, we had to fight against pandemic. So once things were open, once things are closed, there was lockdown, there was no lockdown, and sometimes we had other problems. But in fact, we did that after all. And I will go through a few slides to make sure you can see some history, how we arrived at doing this. Well, first of all, we approached the local authorities, explained that we have a beautiful project, we'd like to test an autonomous vehicle. We submitted an application, a whole range of applications actually, apart from a single policy, and we were refused. They told us, guys, but if the car is registered, why do you have insurance? Well, we have to insure the study. Who is going to be responsible? The driver, the designer of the system, or who? So we did it the Polish way. We changed the content of the application to days of hazard. So we had to bypass the difficulty in order to arrive at the first test. So we wanted to test the systems that existed in the cars that can already be bought. And this is a very important remark to those of us who are speakers today. This system cost 300 or 400,000 zloty. These are not systems for ordinary people. So we are doing something that's going to be unavailable to those people. It's still unavailable. The first test was carried out in September 2020. We tested it on county roads, so local roads that are equipped differently than highways. A Volvo car wasn't able to read the lines. It didn't even recognize the oak, local oak. Supposedly it recognizes oaks in Sweden. If we hadn't hit the brakes, we would hit the oak. In Sweden, supposedly, it's okay. And the car is able to detect those trees, and it does work. So in this case, people who entered the car, they were testing in the pandemic conditions, and this is a short video of what it looked like.
Projekt Drive to the Future to jest taki projekt
Drive to the
badawczy, który
Future
ma na celu
project is a research
zapoznanie kierowców,
that
pasażerów,
makes
osoby
the
użytkujące
passengers
pojazdy w
familiar
ruchu drogowym z nowymi systemami
with
w samochodach
new
przede
systems
wszystkim,
in
które to
vehicles,
idą w kierunku
which
autonomiczności.
go
Jest
towards
kilka oczywiście
autonomous
poziomów tej
drivers. Of course,
autonomiczności
there are
samochodu,
different levels
natomiast
of
my
this
dzisiaj chcemy pokazać te
autonomy. However,
podstawowe, te,
today
które już
we would
dzisiaj
like
działają
to
na
show you
drogach,
the
gdzie można spotkać je
basics,
w normalnych
the
samochodach.
one that you can see in regular cars.
Samochód ma wiele funkcji
The car has
wspomagających
several
kierowcę.
functions
Jeśli jesteśmy w
supporting the
obszarze
driver.
zabudowanym, to przełączmy go w tryb Pure, który wymusi na nim jazdę tylko na silniku elektrycznym i zużyje tylko energię zmagazynowaną w bateriach samochodu. W trybie miejskim możemy spróbować użyć funkcji adaptacyjnego tempomatu. Zobaczcie, tutaj nie hamuje. Teraz tak naprawdę system wykrył pojazd przede mną i tak naprawdę kierowca nie musi się już troszczyć o obsłużenie pedału hamulca. Samochód sam zatrzyma się bezpośrednio przed poprzedzającym autem. Mogę spróbować już aktywować tutaj system Pilot Assist. System już przejął tutaj kontrolę nad autem. Podniosę prędkość do 40 km na godzinę, bo taką mam tutaj dopuszczalną prędkość. Samochód sam kontynuuje jazdę. Dodatkowo pomaga mi utrzymać odpowiedni tor jazdy. Zobaczcie, nawet kiedy puszczę kierownicę, to samochód sam robi lekkie korekty toru jazdy, utrzymując samochód równo między liniami, które widzi na drodze. Zbliżamy się do zakrętu drogi. Kiedy nie zareaguje, samochód sam skorygował tor jazdy i ustawił mnie idealnie między pasami ruchu. Tutaj czuć, że samochód leciutko ustawia mi kierownicę na odpowiednim torze jazdy. Gdyby z jakichś powodów coś się wydarzyło, próbowałbym najechać na linię, zobaczcie, samochód z powrotem ustawił się na odpowiednim torze jazdy. Tutaj możemy spróbować powierzyć mu nasze losy w tym zakręcie drogi. Zobaczcie, doskonale sobie radzi. No myślę, że dlatego, że mamy tutaj dobrze wyrysowane linie. Ciekawe jak w tym zakręcie, no tu już troszeczkę gorzej. Za kilka lat te wszystkie techniki będą do spotkania we wszystkich markach samochodów i te systemy, które dzisiaj robią na nas tak duże wrażenie, będą czymś całkowicie zwyczajnym. Jak kierownica zaświeci się na zielono, to będzie dla nas informacja, że on sobie szczytał tę linię. O właśnie, teraz tak naprawdę powinien teoretycznie utrzymywać samochód w środku pasa ruchu.
A trzeba
trzymać
kierownicę.
Niestety,
To jest obecność,
znaczy,
prawda?
pewnie na szczęście, tak, bo niektórzy by zaczęli traktować ten system jako automatycznego pilota, więc on jak wykryje brak obecności ręki na kierownicy, to poprosi o to, żeby przejąć sterowanie.
50.
No zobaczymy, no to taki niebezpieczny zakręt, bo prawy, jak coś pójdzie nie tak, to...
Tak, ale tutaj 60 zauważył,
Mhm.
dobrze. I
No,
co?
tutaj prosi o przejęcie kierownicy, czyli...
No tak, chyba by nie do końca aż miał, bo co on teraz robi?
On teraz w ogóle robi jakieś...
Za słabo widoczne te pasy.
Nie wiem, czy nie szczytał sobie sąsiednich linii.
Tak, ale widzi pan, być może, bo strasznie jest już wytarty ten środkowy,
Mhm.
ta podwójna ciągła. No i właśnie to jest to, co też mi się przy tych samochodach w pełni autonomicznych od dawna nasuwa, no, że jednak infrastruktury nie ma.
Tutaj proponuję zatrzymać ręce na kierownicy i samochód sam powinien ten zakręt próbować pokonać w tym momencie. Cierpliwości. Mamy linię, więc powinien sobie z tym spokojnie poradzić. No tak jak widać, samochód sam skręca, natomiast pokazuje też komunikat, żeby położyć ręce na kierownicy, żeby kierowca pokazał, że jest aktywny. Widzę, że sam tutaj utrzymuje tor jazdy.
Tak, utrzymuje sam tor jazdy.
Zobaczymy, jak poradzi sobie z tym dużym zakrętem, natomiast trzeba od czasu do czasu położyć. Bo widzę, że tu się dezaktywowała ta kierownica, więc trzeba będzie pewnie aktywować ją ponownie i poczekać, aż zaświeci się na zielono.
Wrażenia są bardzo pozytywne, jeśli chodzi o współpracę z systemami bezpieczeństwa, natomiast dalej pozostaje gdzieś pewna doza braku zaufania, więc no, trzeba o tym pamiętać, że jednak są to tylko i wyłącznie systemy. Polecam przejechanie się takim samochodem, żeby poczuć, jak to w praktyce działa.
jak zapali się kierownica na zielono, to znaczy, że szczytał sobie pasy i będzie Ci jednocześnie działał.
Szczytał.
No właśnie, także tutaj powinien teoretycznie Cię ustawić troszeczkę bliżej prawej,
No i
ale
to
nie
robi.
zahamuje przed czerwonym
No
światłem.
właśnie.
Spróbuj go zostawić w tej pozycji. I on Cię teraz utrzymuje w tym odstępie, który sobie wybrałeś od tego samochodu, natomiast kierownica nie świeci się na zielono, czyli on tak naprawdę
Nie widzi
jest
pasów.
aktywny, nie widzi pasa. Tutaj gdzieś się powinien zapalić niebawem, bo wystarczy mu chyba linia po jednej stronie, ale też ma wtedy problem z ustawieniem samochodu na odpowiednim torze jazdy. I spróbuj sobie tak naprawdę, tylko też nie możesz sobie pozwolić na zbyt długie puszczenie rąk od kierownicy, ale spróbuj na przykład dojechać sobie do linii, zobacz jak wtedy się zachowa samochód. Powinien się zaraz ustawić w Twoim pasie ruchu, nie?
Okej.
Natomiast też czasem jak brakuje mu linii po dwóch stronach, to ma problem, tak?
No
Na
to
rondzie,
wariuje.
na rondzie sobie nie poradzi. Udało się dzisiaj go w takim, wiesz, na zjeździe, na winklu
Na łuku.
ustawić, tak? Ale załapał i tak naprawdę wyprowadził na prostą.
Ja widzę te systemy, wiesz kiedy? W mieście, w korku.
Na plus to, że auto rzeczywiście pewnie trzyma się pasa na małych łukach, bez problemu te łuki pokonuje, są asystenta kierowcy. Natomiast co na minus w momencie, kiedy auto poprzedzające nas przy aktywnym tempomacie się zatrzyma, auto w dość późny sposób hamuje, później dość długo zwleka z ponownym ruszeniem, tworząc przy tym fantomowe tak zwane korki na drodze, co może zmylić innych uczestników jazdy.
Moje wrażenia z jazdy, słuchajcie, to na pewno dużo innowacyjność. Wydaje się też, że systemy jeszcze potrzebują niestety drobnego dopracowania. Ponadto nasza infrastruktura drogowa nie wszędzie zdaje się korespondować z systemem, w który wyposażone jest to auto i potrafi spłatać figla, więc traktowałbym na razie systemy, w które zaopatrzone jest to auto, jako systemy wspomagające, ale na pewno nie zastępujące kierowcę.
So this year we had another test performed, and it was total hide and seek, because in order to get the vehicle we needed in fact to receive the budget, receive the consent from Brussels, and the last clip. Let's go.
Jesteśmy na torze Słomczyn, gdzie wspieramy Polski Związek Motorowy w testach pojazdu autonomicznego w ramach projektu Drive to the Future. Pojazd autonomiczny firmy EasyMile, model EZ10 pierwszej generacji, pozwala na pełni autonomiczną jazdę po wyznaczonej trasie.
So, of course, it was a shorter clip because it's -10, so it's the aspect that we have addressed, and still I would like to thank the Trapezy company that was super patient, because authentically either we had a spot for testing and then there was the pandemic, or whenever there was the pandemic it turned out that our partner took the car and went somewhere else, and whenever we wanted to perform the final test in November, it turned out that Brussels needed to receive the budget, so in the end the car from Gdańsk went to Estonia, and on the 22nd of February we were only able to perform the test just 2 days before the war, and then no one was able to deal with that. Mikołaj will tell you more details, because as I assume you will tell us about the project. Thank you so much. And now the English lecture, automated and connected driver. Idiada.
A, o, pan jest online.
Okay. Hello, my name is Xavi Seart, and today I'm presenting the Head Start project. Head Start project is a project which is about the harmonization of connected and automated driving validation, and was a project from the Horizon 2020 from Europe. Here you can see here the main objectives of the project. Okay, so basically, when the project started, there were many initiatives trying to harmonize the validation of automated driving. And what we tried to do with this project was to harmonize it at European level. Okay, so for this we defined 5 main objectives. Okay, so first of all was the identify, which was about creating a kind of catalog of requirements that we need to consider. Then was to harmonize, trying to harmonize the different methods which were already available, and then also the last steps which were to also define a process in order to implement such methodologies, and also to demonstrate in different use cases. And lastly, we also another last objective was to reach consensus, that we have it by having different meetings with different stakeholders of the industry. Well, when we talk about the first step, basically what we made was to take into consideration the following sources. Okay, so we took into consideration the methodologies which were in the market, tool chains from different suppliers, user groups such as Euro NCAP or homologation, safety assurance processes, and also legislations. And basically, what we made is to do a kind of gap analysis to identify which was missing, and we finally defined a set of requirements for our project. Once we defining these requirements, basically we defined a harmonized methodology, which basically was consisting a scenario-based approach. Okay, so basically, as you can see here in the following slide, we have one part which is about creating a kind of a scenario database. Then there is another part which is about the selection of scenarios and allocation to different test platforms. And the last step, which was about the evaluation according to different criteria. Okay, so basically this is a high-level description of the methodology that we defined in our project. Next step was to transform this kind of high-level methodology in a procedure that you can see here. And then we also demonstrated the methodology and the procedure in 3 main use cases, which were track platooning, highway pilot, and also traffic jam chauffeur. And well, the next step was to demonstrate the methodology, and this we demonstrated with different use cases which were coming from the partners of the project. And here in the following video, you can see the results of the project.
The Head Start, Harmonized European Solutions for Testing Automated Road Transport project, aims to define testing and validation procedures of connected and automated driving functions, including key technologies such as communications, cybersecurity, and positioning. The Head Start project brought together the consortium with other CCAM stakeholders to cluster the most relevant existing initiatives, develop methodologies, procedures, and tools, and drive in a harmonized European solution for testing and validation of automated road vehicles. This way, it's been possible to harmonize past and present projects, utilizing common databases to analyze the data of international and national projects. This process led to the definition of a set of relevant testing scenarios that were the foundation of the project. These relevant testing scenarios were created using a very large selection of real-life data taken from different sources such as simulator studies, accident data, aerial data, and field data. The testing scenarios were then selected and processed, analyzing their feasibility. With all this preparation work done, the new test scenarios were created. These scenarios were then executed and evaluated in all available testing platforms and demonstrated in various projects. This also required the definition of a coordination criteria that would bring together the CCAM stakeholders and allow each user group to utilize their own testing environment, but with a common validation methodology. These procedures were divided in 4 main iterative test methods. The virtual testing methodology consisted in the setup of needed resources, setup of interfaces and plant models, as well as the setup of the metrics to define the KPI. With this preparation done, the tests were executed and monitored in the virtual environments, and all data was extracted and stored for its study and evaluation. ZIL testing was also carried out. In this, the preparation consisted in the validation of all components, the identification of the test cases, as well as the consideration of all KPI for the selection and definition of test parameters. The execution of these tests was far more complex than the virtual testing and therefore required more resources and time. Once these tests were executed, the relevant parameters for evaluation were extracted and used to compare them with the KPI requirements. Another test method evaluated consisted in real-life proving ground testing. For this, relevant test scenarios were evaluated and vehicles were put to test. These vehicles were tested against infrastructure equipment such as dummies, GNSS stations, and other moving vehicles. The execution of these proving ground tests was long and complex, as many more parameters were needed to be accounted for. All the data of these tests, as well as the results, were also stored and analyzed in order to extract the relevant parameters for evaluation and their comparison with all KPI requirement data. The 4th test method used included the vehicles and systems tested in the field. With all this, the Head Start project, through all the partners of the consortium, was able to define and unify methodologies and procedures on an international level in order to provide a safety assurance framework in which to accommodate all different national initiatives and thus create a harmonized European solution for testing automated vehicles.
Okay, so those were the results of the project. As you can see, the main goal was to demonstrate how we can harmonize the validation of automated driving. And also another of the activities that was done during the whole project was to reach consensus. We were having different meetings with the different stakeholders of the industry in order to align and to show our methodology and try to iterative and adapt it to the requirements of the industry. And well, basically one of the learnings that we got from this project is that scenario databases are a key element for the validation of connected and automated driving. It's also relevant to that we need still more harmonization in the part of simulation to make things work smoothly. It's also very relevant to keep working in the standardization because it's one of the keys in order to reach the level of validation that we need for connected and automated driving. And basically, we would like to finish by doing some conclusions and also define some further work. Okay, so basically, one of the goals conclusions is that we need to demonstrate the assessment of the automated driving with a strong safety argumentation. standardization is still in its infancy, and we need to keep working in improving the standardization. Also, scenario databases are also an issue to be tackled. I think there are many initiatives that still we need to agree in a common databases. So that's why it becomes necessary to go to the next levels of automation. And now there are further initiatives in order to fill these gaps. And that's what we will be doing in a new project that we are starting on September, which we call Sunrise, where we basically will keep working in the definition of a methodology for harmonization of validation methodology for corrected automated driving at European level. And in this project, we want also to focus a lot in the standardization and also in building or defining scenario databases at European level. And those are the partners of the project. And thank you to listen me.
Thank you very much. Dziękujemy bardzo. To teraz się przeniesiemy na chwilę
Thank
do
you so
Gdańska.
much. Now let's move to Gdańsk, virtually, but still Gdańsk. Mobility and perception of the service by the passengers. Mikołaj Kratkowski, expert on sales and marketing of Trapeze Company. Good morning, everyone. Let me tell you what follows. I'm so happy to be able to talk about our achievements. I wasn't able to mention the story that was addressed by Adam. PZM asked us for support. It took a while. We got the vehicle, and 2 days before that, we found out that it's not coming. Thanks to great contacts and working in this part of our activity, we were able to achieve another device from Autonomous Systems. So we were testing this Polish software. I keep my fingers crossed for this project. In 2017, our company bought an autonomous vehicle and used it in Nierhausen in Switzerland, in Schaffhausen canton. After the purchase of this vehicle, we have addressed the authorities of the canton. We have established some norms that should be established for testing, and for 1.5 years, it operated on a public road, first around a small roundabout and on a route, and then it was also entering Rheinfall waterfall road. Then I said in our company that we need to do it in Poland. Some people disbelieved. I told them, you'll see, I'll be first. Thanks to cooperation with EasyMind and with the municipality of Gdańsk, in 2019, we have managed to implement this autonomous car on one route next to the zoo. For 29 days, it was operating on this route. I will tell you about the statistics shortly, but what is significant from our perspective, Gdańsk has also performed some research in the framework of this initiative. This initiative was initiated in the framework of Sofia Baltic research, and we have researched the uses of this vehicle. As you can see, the structure of age is similar to what was mentioned before. We have surveyed 385 persons, and in fact, the results were pretty interesting because, first of all, people that wasn't me, people that had a ride with this vehicle really said it's safe.
Even though in the first stage, because we were at the beginning of the road towards autonomy, there were problems with falling leaves, with stopping, but the conclusion was that using this vehicle was safe. And all people who participate in the survey decided that they could drive this vehicle even without the operator on board. And they said that this could be a nice form of transport of children to school. The approach in Gdańsk was a very innovative one, a very open one. I liked it, and I'm glad we could participate on the project. Gdańsk indeed wanted to test mobility. And over 29 days, we traveled more than 600 kilometers. Average journey time was 7 minutes. The route had 1 kilometer and 3 stops, so the speed include those stops. A lot of stops, yes, indeed. Critics were saying that there were falling leaves and we were stopping, but we were at the beginning of this road. It's better for this vehicle to stop in front of a leaf rather than not stop in front of a person. We're learning, technology keeps developing, and this is also a great marketing success. More than 70 publications in the media, and the biggest, not state-owned TVN and Polsat were carrying out reports or were talking about it. And a few facts. It's not possible to have technical tests. We tried to approach this according to the law enforcement, but we faced 2 obstacles. Nobody wanted to carry out a technical test. The question was, where is the wheel? And the second thing was that the chief of police didn't agree because he didn't have any point of reference in case of accident. So recommended as exclusive use of a lane, and this is what we did. The vehicle was then used on a separated lane. So along the route, there was a pedestrian crossing. At times there were pedestrians, people on the bike, vehicles. The vehicle was riding along a straight line, but it gave us a lot of nice conclusions. We have a report from this implementation, so if you're interested, I'm happy to present it. In October 2021, last year, under Sochio project, and after having carried out surveys where the second implementation could be implemented, the city of Gdańsk asked us to implement this in the cemetery. This is the biggest necropolis in Gdańsk, more than 60 hectares, and this vehicle in cooperation with a company from Estonia, well, it was implemented here. And it's only natural that the age of users was higher, and the main users were people 60 plus. And what's interesting, they really liked the service and weren't afraid. And what is also important, the vehicle traffic and pedestrian traffic was allowed there. The only limitation for cars was 5 kilometers per hour. Vehicles parked wherever they wanted, which made it more difficult for us. So this was a simulation of a true urban traffic, but not regulated one on a cemetery. So it was quite difficult, but we succeeded. And if you want, I can show you a video later on at what it looked like a week before the 11th of November, when we celebrate those who died. So it was packed. And we also carried out a satisfaction survey among the users of this vehicle, and the outcomes were similar, slightly lower looking at the average, 0.4 lower, but the outcomes were similar even though the group of people was older, and these people were not afraid to use this solution. They said they would be happy to use this vehicle even if it wasn't supervised, even remotely. One of the tasks was to carry out a teleoperation, and we managed to do this. We did it on 7 out of 20 days, and as a result, we had a lot of conclusions with regard to what we talked about today, about connectivity with the vehicle. And so when it comes to connectivity, the environment around the cemetery had a big impact on connectivity. In the rush hour, simply the network would go down and it wasn't possible to monitor. There is, people are eager to use these vehicles on different distances, even with higher speed. You asked about door closing signalization, and we see that it's necessary for a remote operator to have connectivity with the vehicle and to be able to communicate with people inside. And we had a case where 12 people boarded the vehicle, even though only 8 were allowed. So it's important to educate users how to use the vehicle. Statistics and figures. 30 days, almost 1,000 kilometers covered. Speed was lower because of the location. And the cemetery is quite a specific place. We simply didn't want to disturb the different celebrations. So when we saw that people were going to a funeral, we would let them through. And so this reduced our time, but we simply need to respect those festivities. And there was no problem with leaves, and there were only 3 interventions by the operator, so very few, rather resulting from the fact that the vehicle was parked in the place where it shouldn't be parked, so it had to be bypassed, or an obstacle had to be removed. More than 2,000 passengers and 222 respondents, more than 50 publications. So a slightly smaller interest on the part of the media, but the local TVP station made a very nice interview with the first passenger who found the information online, and she was waiting actually. She heard it was supposed to be on the 1st of October and the vehicle came on the 6th of October. So she tested it, she enjoyed it, and as a result there was a group of people who regularly used the car. So this was a closed location. We did not have to follow the traffic rules, and we were able to sign within 2.5 hours, sign the agreement. The vehicle was used in the cemetery, and it wouldn't be good to honk on people, so we programmed it to speak. Please leave the journey route. It was a very nice voice, and people were looking and thought it was the driver speaking from inside, and it was just a voice. So it's necessary to ensure connectivity for remote control. We have preliminary contacts and information how to ensure such connectivity, and what the ordering party should request when ordering such a vehicle in order to secure this element. And what is important is mobility outside the main streets. So the first and the last mile, and the traveling to public means of transport. So this event on the cemetery, I've never seen as many people who are so satisfied and so grateful, because I was there on several occasions, and those elderly people were approaching, thanking, asking what to do to make sure that the vehicle is there forever. We told them to write the city authorities, but never, whether it's an autonomous vehicle or not, I recommend it to all cities to support the elderly, people with limited mobility in such places, because it's very important. The vehicle could bypass obstacles autonomously, and it did that. The function did work. It slowed down the traffic, but it was possible and it's available. So autonomy does develop, and we are getting there. So available vehicles could be used in the city in specific conditions, in of course limited range, but we've said it on numerous occasions today. Without implementing it, we wouldn't be able to develop it as quickly. It's important to be able to carry out tests. In Poland, it was very difficult, and you've already mentioned insurance. The first tests were insured in Poland, the second tests were insured in Finland, and the difference in cost was more than tenfold in favor of Finland. In Finland, it was 10 times cheaper. And in Poland, well, companies were interested, but under the current law in force and considering the current possibilities, if someone insures, if there's an accident, they will be asking who was to blame, what was to blame. And it's quite doubtful that anyone would pay an insurance. So probably we need legislative support. Tests have impact on the perception of autonomous transport, and we said it at the very beginning that Polish people were afraid. But if we gradually show autonomous vehicles, if we do those implementations at limited speed, we are able to educate and to show that it's safe. Right now, we are talking about tests with limited speed because I understand you may be afraid of autonomous vehicles if they drive 60 kilometers per hour. Responsibility. Apology, as I already am behind my time. So responsibility. The contracting party has big responsibility. Any official who issues a permit, a contractor, driver, there are a lot of levels of responsibility, and it all has to be defined and specified. And I'm not going to talk about small buses. My colleagues have already said that. So as of today, we drove 1,600 kilometers using those autonomous buses and carried 5,300 passengers. My name is Mikołaj Kwiatkowski, and I'm happy to talk to you about these implementations. Thank you.
Cherry on the cake, so I think this is the final element. And now the Łukasiewicz Research Network, Konrad Małek, new technologies in the Łukasiewicz Research Network. Hello, welcome everyone. The objective of my presentation today is to provide you with our experiences in the area of automatization of transportation. Firstly, what Łukasiewicz Network is. First of all, as a research network, we are a group of 4.5 thousand researchers and engineers working for business. These are 26 institutes located in 12 different Polish cities, 400 unique labs that allow us to provide different services for entrepreneurs. Our main goal as the network is the transfer of unique technology for Polish economy. That's why to the greatest extent we're trying to cooperate with business and commercialize the results of our research. The first project, the first institute that is doing a number of different research projects is the Automation Institute. This is and automotive research. We perform a number of research in the area of homologation and certification, and we also provide a number of project works in the area of electromobility. One of the projects that is now being performed, it's a research project, is AZSP. The main objective is to elaborate advanced steering system in critical situations. So we research and investigate a specific scenario when a car with a trailer has an obstacle ahead on the road. It's problematic because it's not that often tackled in different articles. That's why we had this project, this idea. That's why we developed a number of different steering and software algorithms that would facilitate avoiding such vehicle that would suddenly appear on the road, taking under consideration the dynamic of a car with a trailer or taking other decision. Braking, for example. At the very beginning, we developed software that would detect different objects. The software is basically based on AI and neural network, which allows us to detect vehicles and number of different objects. We also want to detect vehicles, objects, and provide information to the Supreme network concerning the distance of the obstacles versus the basic vehicle. Despite performing such steering algorithms, we are trying also to research. We perform research on different times of the day and different weather. It's significant because those algorithms can act differently in different times of the day. That's why it's so important to collect the models, etc., etc. Another objective of this project is, of course, to conduct training in conditions which are close to real. So our vehicle has different components like lidars, radars, cameras, satellite, and inertial navigation, which is integrated with specific calculation unit. It's used by us additionally to collect different data from the roads. Then we aggregate it in order to be able to create testing units to train the neural network. One of the objectives is to develop our competencies, especially in the area of research. As the Institute, we conduct the homologation and certification network, and those competencies are necessary. Now, you can see a short clip that presents generally the results of this project and also how we perform our R&D works. As I said, in this project, this vehicle has required components. Those components are integrated by a computer. In this case, we are using NVIDIA computer, NVIDIA Drive Pegasus. We got access to this computer because last year NVIDIA added us to the development program, so we can have access to components of NVIDIA and different algorithms that are not publicly available. This vehicle that you can see right now is also used for our internal test and research and execution of different steering algorithms. It's also useful when we collect data from the roads that can be used for training of machine models that we create in our institute. Another project that is a bit different because it reveals how autonomous driving can be used in other areas is OEB project. So defense and security. It's a project executed together with Born Electric when we elaborated UAV land platform with electric drive. The range is 105 kilometers and it can be used remotely and autonomously. It's important to indicate that the autonomous system is not on level 5, despite the fact that it's an UAV. So we can execute very simple scenarios. On a short section, we can get to point B. Of course, the vehicle is able to map the territory and designate the route. And currently, we are trying to develop this system. It's worth and we are trying different scenarios, first in virtual, then we switch to research, in reality, in lab, and then in real training field conditions. Since last year, we represent our network in SICAM partnership. It's partnership that associates 180 members oriented towards building international consortia and building solutions in the area of automatization of transportation. We have our representatives in 7 clusters. We belong to the first 4. So the first cluster demonstrates the technology developed in the partnership. So these are pilots of different technologies. The second cluster concentrates on vehicle technologies. We develop different solutions, components, and algorithms for management and steering. This third cluster is critical because it's validation, drive scenarios for autonomous vehicles to define how those vehicles should be tested on different level of development. Please remember that just recently Xavier presented Head Start project, and this project is very similar to the third cluster, and the fourth cluster focuses on development of technologies that integrate the vehicle with the transportation system. And now the next institute, also in Łukasiewicz network, that works on automatization of transportation. PIAP is the producer of mobile robots, and in this area this institute tries to implement the autonomous drive. One of the projects was called Athena. In the framework we have developed this autonomous system. It's a set of inertia and satellite sensors that is integrated and can be installed on different vehicles. Four-wheel drive robots and also other platforms. It's dedicated first of all for unurbanized areas without roads, and it's equipped with the software that allows to follow specific target, human, another vehicle, or a robot. Of course, this solution has been created in order to apply it in law enforcement agencies. Another project which is quite similar to PAVO, Hunter, which also is unmanned for law enforcement. However, this platform is much heavier. It's 3.5 ton, it's hybrid, and on this platform we have implemented the autonomous work. Of course, it allows for planning. And please know that the results of the Athena projects were also used here. It's able to follow another object which is very significant, especially in law enforcement agencies. It's also equipped with drone, multitask drone. The last institute that I'm trying to present to you is the Airspace Łukasiewicz Institute, also in the framework of the institute of our research. We are talking about air transportation. Łukasiewicz and this institute is participating in many international projects financed by Horizon 2020. Those projects focus on the role of UAVs in integrated transportation of the future. Currently, we participate in 2 different projects, Assured UAM and Xteam D2D. The first project that is financed by the EU and is oriented towards elaboration of recommendations that would be oriented towards implementation of urban air mobility. When we talk about urban air mobility, I mean drones that would transport packages from one door to another, or drones that would transport passengers, so robotaxi. And the last project that I would like to present is XTEAM D2D, which also involves ELOT, and in the framework of this project we are developing the idea of integration of ATM, so air transport management, to develop multimodal transportation until 2050. This project assumes automatization of transportation and establishes how it can contribute to acceleration of transport of people from one door to another door. That will be all on my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I encourage you to cooperate with Łukasiewicz Network and participation in our program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is the end of the third edition of our conference, EV Poland 2022. Thank you for being with us. Thank you to our partners who contributed to this conference. Thank you to the patrons, the Ministry of Infrastructure, National Center of Research and Development, the Warsaw Technical University, and every piece of information about other conferences can be found on the website of the Institute of Autonomous Cars and Connected Cars. This is where you can look for information about automation of transport in Poland. Thank you.